Log entry, the Ketch Scarlet Queen. Position, 123 degrees, 8 minutes west, 37 degrees, 31 minutes north. Gyro compass course, 237. Wind, fresh. Sky, fair. Remarks, cleared port of San Francisco at 2:30 p.m. Sailing delayed 19 hours due to death of first officer. Cause of death, the Shanghai secret. I stood there on the pier that evening, the ache in my frame reminding me that the last long, hard day of loading stores was behind me, and watched the China-bound freighter feeling her way out into the fog-shrouded harbor. The Scarlet Queen nudged her fenders against the dock right below me, her bright work shining like costume jewelry even in the failing light. She was beautiful in her new white paint, and she was mine, all 78 feet of her. She rose and fell just a little, delicately, lifting the carved wood figure under her bowsprit out of the shadows now and then. A fresh young body, looking forward, bold, teasing, dressed in only a crown and painted brilliant red. The Scarlet Queen, the woman my own particular world revolved around. But that gray San Francisco evening wasn't cut out for romance between man and lacquered wood. I didn't hear him as he walked up behind me, but it didn't take me long to pick up the odor of a jail cell after he opened his mouth.
You Philip Carney?
Yeah, that's right.
I'm Kessel, San Francisco homicide. You know a man named David R. Malone?
Yeah, he's my chief mate. What'd he do?
He died. Come on, you got a date at headquarters.
Wait a minute. It's a little sudden on a full stomach. What happened to him?
The books are going to call it murder by a person or persons unknown. Homicide wants to know you better.
And so Mutual begins The Voyage of the Scarlet Queen, written by Gil Dowd and Bob Tallman, and starring Elliott Lewis. The Scarlet Queen, proudest ship to plow the seas, bound for uncharted adventure. Every week a complete entry into the log, and every week a league further in the strange voyage of the Scarlet Queen.
Your last name first and middle initial.
Carney Philip M.
Age?
29.
Height?
6'2.5".
Weight?
207.
Eyes blue, hair brown. Scars or other identifying marks?
Yeah, tattoo. A 3-strand Turk's head on my right bicep.
A what?
A 3-strand Turk's head at the knot, you know. Or does somebody else tie your shoelaces? Kessel, I'm getting awful sick of this.
Shut up and answer the question.
Address?
The Ketch Scarlet Queen.
Street number?
Street number? How? Pier 48, berth 2, Embarcadero, not permanent.
That'll be enough for now, O'Brien. That might be a pretty permanent address at that, Connie.
Not with me paying the rent. I got my port clearance and I'm leaving tomorrow.
Maybe you are, Connie. How long had you known Malone?
Since, about 5 days.
Not about, Connie. How long?
5 days. I signed him on 5 days ago.
Uh-huh. When'd you see him last? Exactly.
Between 12:30 and 1 this afternoon, I saw his stern end going around the warehouse at Pier 48. He turned to the right, exactly.
He went to room 218, the Crown Hotel on Columbus Avenue, the North Beach section. Why?
Because he's human, I suppose. They build hotels for people to go into.
He didn't look human when we found him.
Look, Kessel, I don't know anything about it. I'm sorry Malone's dead. He was a nice guy. But that's all I can give you. If you want an alibi, I've got 4 seamen who loaded stores with me all day. That'll carry me to the time you tap me on the shoulder. What do you want, a halo?
That's all right, it's all right. Just don't get sore, Connie. Here, you want a cigarette?
No, thanks. All I want is a cab back to the Embarcadero. On you.
Sure. We'll take care of it. Just a couple more questions.
Oh, stop. That Patience Act fits you about like a bare midriff evening gown. Take it off, get comfortable.
Thanks, Connie, I will. What could Malone have learned on your Scarlet Queen that somebody'd go to a lot of trouble to get out of him?
What are you talking about, Kessel?
Malone was tortured, that's what I'm talking about, for a good long time, and then somebody slipped or lost their temper.
He didn't know anything.
He didn't know why $50,000 was deposited in your name last year?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, Barrett, bring Funston in.
The name Funston rang just a faint bell for me, but I recognized the little guy they brought in all right. If there was anybody who knew about my banking business, he did. He worked there, in the assistant cashier's office. Down there, he was just another face looking at you through rimless glasses. Here, he looked like trouble.
Mr. Funston, is this the man you say received that $50,000 letter of credit?
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Carney, but the police, you know. Yes, sir, he's the man.
Remind me to bank someplace else next time.
That's all, Mr. Funston. Thank you.
I hope you understand, Mr. Carney. I had to answer the...
Cast off, Funston. I'll thank you later. You guys have got long noses, haven't you?
Yeah, when things smell as rotten as this. It was deposited in the San Francisco bank while you were in China with a Marine.
Where are you getting this, Kessel?
It was sent over as a letter of credit from a firm in Shanghai called Kang & Son. Most of it went to a local shipyard where your Scarlet Queen was built and to a flock of coast companies for your cargo. 50,000 mystery dollars, Connie. And a voyage to nowhere.
I won it in a crap game, and my articles say Honolulu.
Honolulu. With enough stores aboard for a 2-year cruise, who do you think you're kidding, Connie? Why don't you talk?
Why don't you get tired? You're pumping a lot of bilge flush. You're bluffing your heart out, and you know it.
All right, Connie, you can go.
But it's about time.
But you'll be at Pier 48 when we want you.
What do you mean by that?
The Coast Guard's a cooperative outfit. Your port clearance has been revoked until this is cleaned up. I'll call you when I want you again.
I would have traded places with any engine room hand on any Great Lakes ore ship after I left Kessel. And I hate fresh water almost as much as I hate engine rooms. Kang had warned me when I signed with him in Shanghai. The opposition, he called them. An octopus with a body in an office building in Hong Kong, a brain called Constantino, and the tentacles groping across the world for the prize Kang was sending me after. A $10 million prize somewhere in the South Pacific. Its exact location was Kang's secret. And Constantino was ready to bribe, steal, or murder to get that secret. I didn't know who his San Francisco tentacle was, but I did know that it had killed Malone. I knew that he'd been tortured for something even I didn't know. The true destination of the Scarlet Queen. It was 7:30 by the time I got back to the Queen. I checked the mooring lines, went into my cabin, poured myself 2 quick, stiff drinks, and started to clean a .45 automatic I'd gotten out of the habit of wearing. If Constantino's machine had gone into operation, I figured it might be a healthy habit to get back into. I had it stripped and spread out on my desk. And that's when I met Gallagher. Big Red Gallagher.
Hello, Skipper.
Who the devil are you and how'd you get aboard?
I wanted to talk to you. I'm Red Gallagher.
Where's my gangway watch? He's got orders, nobody
He
aboard.
tried, Skipper. Don't blame him. But you know how it is. I wanted to talk to you.
He didn't have to explain. He held up a hand about the size of a fielder's glove and rubbed the knuckles as if they were bruised. He didn't have to say any more. He was about my size, wearing a shapeless, stained white duck officer's cap, faded dungarees, and a jumper with the sleeves rolled up. His face was heavy-featured, but not flat. His eyes gray and set off by crow's feet wrinkles from squinting into the sun. And they were laughing at me.
But no harm done, Skipper. He isn't hurt bad.
Maybe he wasn't big enough to put you over the side.
Now, wait a minute, Skipper. Take it easy. We'll just bust up a lot of furniture and lose a lot of skin that way. Don't be so jumpy.
All right, unload in a hurry and get out of here then. What do you want?
I hear you're looking for a new chief mate, and I want to sign on.
Where did you hear I was looking for a new chief mate?
I got a friend at the mall. He keeps me a beam of these things.
Uh-huh. Is the rest of the story for sale?
What story, Skipper? Is there something I should know?
I don't like your trim, Gallagher. Maybe it's because you think you can get a berth after knocking my crewmen around. Maybe it's because I think you're lying in your teeth. Either way, I wouldn't get into a dory with you.
Wait a minute, Skipper. I was made for this trip. I know that South Pacific.
How do you know where I'm going?
Maybe that Scarlet Beauty under your bowsprit whispered to me.
You're too nosy for me, Gallagher. Get your sea boots off the ship. I'm manned and loaded and ready to shove as soon as I get clearance.
When do you think that'll be, Skipper?
What do you mean by that?
There you go, getting jumpy again. That was a civil question. I just wanted to know how long, that's all.
It'll be as quick as I can make it.
Yeah. I guess I can't blame you for that, but maybe it'll be long enough for me to try again. You need me on this ship, Skipper.
I've lived a long time without you. Keep your eye on the newspaper shipping columns, Gallagher. That's as close as you'll come to my sailing. After he left, I reassembled the 45, checked my naval code on the disposition and effects of deceased seamen, and started to get Malone's gear together. In the pocket of one of his coats, I found a match folder from the Gorgonio, a bar advertising pre-war liquor and continuous entertainment. On the inside, somebody had written a name, Helen, and a number that straightened me up like a right to the chin. It was 218, the number of the murder room at the Crown Hotel. "20 minutes later, I was at the Gorgonio. It was a typical non-tourist North Beach bar. Good, healthy fishermen up from Fisherman's Wharf. 3 women at the bar, and one sitting at the electric organ up on a platform. None of them had Helen printed on their backs, but the only one whose name anyone would bother writing down was the girl making with the music. Honey-colored hair with a gardenia over the left ear, white shoulders pushing out of the whiter gown, a face full of confidence in the rest of it. And no wonder. After I finished my drink, I walked back toward her. "Say, excuse me, but would your name be Helen?"
Oh, that's a novel approach, isn't it?
Should I go back and try it over with Irene or Penelope?
What's the difference? It end the same way. Can I play something for you?
This one suits me. If I can talk to you through it.
Can't for the life of me see what we'd have to talk about.
Maybe some other time we can get around to that. But I ran into an old mate of mine yesterday. He mentioned this place, and you know I'd like to locate him. His name is Dave Malone. Do you know him?
Malone? Sure he said he knew me?
Yeah, I thought so, but maybe he was just hoping, huh?
Yeah. Afraid that must have been it, because I don't know any Dave Malone.
Yeah, well, it was one of those things. He mentioned your name, so I thought I'd give it a try, but I'll coast around. Maybe I'll come back on my own sometime.
I hope you do. I'll be here.
Wear that dress, will you? I had another drink at the bar and kept my eyes off her just enough to catch her looking at me with more than a professional look once or twice. She did go off guard right after I threw Malone's name at her. I was sure of it. I finished my drink and went out the door like I had someplace to go. But I stopped right after I got out of range of the windows, counted 5, and eased back so I could just look in. She was leaving the platform. And I, along with the good, healthy fisherman, watched her sway that white gown back to the phone booth. It wasn't taking her long to contact somebody about me contacting her. It was just chance so far, but they were Malone, Helen, and 218, the number of the murder room at the Crown Hotel. It could have been coincidence, but there isn't much room on the back of a match folder. The Crown Hotel was a narrow brownstone front building squeezed between 2 more narrow brownstone front buildings. I looked in at the musty lobby. It was empty. I tried the door once to see if it was going to ring a bell someplace. When nobody showed up, I went in. There was a dingy brown hunting scene hung on one wall, and a dingy brown smell of bad ventilation hanging over everything. There was an immodest talent of Merino Gambling Club wasting its time behind the desk. And a register book that had seen more lives than Munchausen. And I flipped the pages back to the day before. Found room 218. It was registered to one John Smith. Then, just on impulse, I flipped back to the current date and found myself on top of the whole mess. Sprawled in an awkward hand against room 218 was the single name, Gallagher. Room 218 and the name Gallagher. All I needed to keep me going up those stairs. All I had to remember to enjoy bringing that 45 out of my shoulder holster was the picture of that wide grin and those gray eyes. I'd have gone through that door even if it hadn't have been unlocked.
Well, Skipper, come on in.
I'm in, brother.
What's all the hardware for, Skipper? Why are you always aching for a beef when you and I run into one another?
Let's sow that warm friendship, shall we? Let you do a little talking that you mean for a while.
I never say anything I don't mean, Skipper. You'll learn that when you know me better.
That's what I'm here for, Gallagher, so start saying something you mean.
Sure. Why do you think I took this room if I wasn't sure you'd be bulling around this neighborhood tonight?
What interests me most is that you did.
I knew you'd like it, Skipper. I know you've got to have Malone's murderer before you can clear San Francisco, and I can give him to you. They call him Mr. Fox. He's working for Constantino. If you didn't know that before, you know it now.
Who's Constantino?
You're being cagey, Skipper, and that's all right. You don't know what to say because you don't know how much I know. I don't know how much you know, so we're even, right?
You're talking.
The Fox didn't learn what he wanted to learn from Malone. He tried too hard. So he paid me $2,000 to sign on with you. I was supposed to find out what part of the Southern Oceans you were making for, and the payoff was going to be $1,000 a month. For just keeping the finger on you and waiting to be contacted. It was an easy deal.
Somebody in your family must have been born with shark fins not too far back.
There was supposed to be a great uncle under the Jolly Roger, Skipper, but no fins yet. But I got reasons. I'm telling you this because if they'd pay off like that for just a line on you, I figure the real dough is going to be made on your side. You got a hold of something big. I still want to ship with you, but for you.
Well, I'm telling you, Gallagher, for the price of the Queen, I can't tell you who's crazy in this room.
Nobody is, Skipper. You're going to be ahead, too. Believe me, you are. I can help you clear up the mess here in Frisco. I'll put you next to the Fox and his mermaid.
Oh? Her name Helen?
How'd you get that?
She isn't hard to find.
Well, that's right, Helen Curran. She led Malone to this room with a smile and a promise.
Yeah. Either one would look good from her. I know I was there.
She seen you? Did you tell her who you were?
Are you nuts?
Then it'll work. Listen. But tonight, you're the chief mate of the Scarlet Queen. You beat me out of the berth. If you'll go for that story, I'll get you Malone's killers.
Or put me on a morgue slab for another $2,000. I trust you like I trust a compass at the North Pole.
It'll take you a month to get him without me, Skipper.
With you under homicide's 3rd degree?
Yeah, even then. Now, here's my deal, and we both make headway. I get the mate's berth, and you get your port clearance. But we got to have a bait. That's you. And we got to have somebody who can put it in the right place. That's me. You got the 45. Take a gamble, Skipper. I'll show you how it works.
It was about 11:15 when I pulled my left ear for luck the last time, followed them down to the lobby, took my last look at that Reno calendar. Gallagher looked like he was enjoying putting me on the block, and the only reason I could dream up for playing sucker was the idea that as long as I kept the line on him, I was at least secure to something. He squeezed me into the phone booth with him when he put the bait on the hook. He held the receiver so I could get my ear into it, too, and called Helen Curran at the Gorgonio.
Hello, baby. This is Red.
Oh, it's about time. I thought you were coming in.
And something came up. Did you get the gardenia?
Sure, I'm wearing it right now. When can I show you how much I like it?
Don't talk like that when I'm so far away. Listen, things got foul tonight, but I think they'll work out anyway.
What happened, Red?
I missed that mate's berth by about 15 minutes. A guy by the name of Pritchard beat me to it.
Oh, Red, the Fox isn't going to like this.
I think he will. Did a guy come in there tonight looking for Dave Malone?
Yeah. Why, Red?
That was Pritchard. And he's got the information we want.
That sounds funny, Red. How'd you get all this?
He stuck his head in a bar where I was, and I recognized him. He knows where they're headed. I could have maybe pumped him for it, but I thought it'd be better if you and the Fox were in on it, too.
Yeah. Where is he?
On his way back to the Gorgonio to see you. He's big. So I better tag along for the party, don't you think? Maybe in your apartment later, if you can get him there. And I think you can.
All right, Red. Give me a half hour to get through to the Fox and call me back. I'll let you know where he'll pick you up, okay?
Yeah, but, baby, take it easy till I get there. I don't want that gardenia crushed on anybody's shoulder but mine.
Helen Curran knew her business. She didn't go overboard selling herself, but like nature taking its course, she in the white gown and I got into a cab after closing time. Her apartment was in the Buell Arms on Russian Hill. It was a little overdone in modernizing a setup that was dull mid-Victorian a few years back. Light walls with Venetian blinds. some flamingos and parakeets flying through verdant jungles and framed before they started. And the bedroom to the right that she went into saying something about something comfy. When she came back, I saw clearly that she went for off-the-shoulder hostess gowns, too.
There now. I feel more comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
What's the matter with me, anyway?
Is there something?
I always seem to stir the wrong approach in you. Or are you just shy?
With you don't need an approach. You just move naturally.
You aren't shy at all, are you? You're just overconfident. You've been spoiled by women.
Never hurt me. But then it's not very often as appealing as your brand.
Do you think I'll spoil you?
But I wonder if you'd hurt me.
Not even if I could, and I'd... Hey, wait a minute. Oh, I couldn't hurt you if I wanted to, could I?
I don't know, but from where I sit, who cares? Like I said, she knew her business. And I had to keep remembering that it wasn't all crushed gardenias tonight. We finally did get around to a drink out of a rattan-covered bottle, and I could tell by the heavy-lidded look she gave me over her glass that I was supposed to be a complete victim and as meek as a kitten with a full belly. She knew her business. But knowing that she knew her business, I went along with the kitten act. But I was as ready as a tiger when Gallagher opened the door. But I wasn't ready for the man he brought with him. It was Funston. L.B. Funston, still looking through the rimless glasses, but now his eyes were steely hard, and it only took one deep breath to realize that he was the fox. He had a small caliber gun out of an inside pocket faster than I could get my breath.
Wait a minute, Gallagher. This man's name is not Richard Fox. What do you mean?
I know it. Something went wrong. This guy's Phil Carney, the master of the Scarlet Queen.
I was sitting on the couch, and after a sellout like that, there was no use standing up. Helen left me like I'd broken out with the purple pox, and Gallagher still stood behind Funston looking at me with that grin.
Fred, he's the one who was in to see me earlier.
Never mind, Helen.
He isn't the guy I talked to.
Never mind, I said. You are an impulsive man, Carney.
A little surprised at you, too, Funston.
What are you doing here?
I like a game of bridge as well as the next guy.
You play a stupid game. You should remember that your Red Queen is not the top of the suit.
She'll do.
She'll never win a trick. You'll never use her. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. But you're bluffing, Funston.
Oh?
Either that or you're double-crossing Constantino and talking for yourself. Fighting to stay clear of Malone's murder.
I want more than talk.
You're still bluffing. You don't want to hurt me, because with me out of the way, Constantino's octopus would have nothing to follow. Wise up. You don't scare me. I'm too valuable.
All right. I'll pay you $25,000 for the destination of your Scarlet Queen.
I can't hear you.
There are other methods, Carney.
Now you're bluffing again. You'd never get it that way either. And what did Constantino say if you laid me next to Malone?
That's something I'll have to find out. At the moment, that looks better than arrest for murder. Stand up, Carney.
You're really on a spot, Funston. You're even getting the double cross from your own people in this room.
Now, who's bluffing, Carney?
I mean, you're getting it from Gallagher. He knew who I was tonight.
Gallagher!
Skipper, why do you have to rush me? I'm all right, Skipper. I'll take him. What's the matter?
I raced her across the room to a table. She had a drawer open and a nickel-plated revolver, half out of it by the time I grabbed her.
Drop it! Drop it! Let go of me!
I said drop it! Calm down, sister. Get over there and calm down. I grabbed her by the arm and tossed her across the room and had that 45 out before she landed. I twisted to look at Funston. Gallagher had hit him hard enough to keep him from opening until Christmas. He was tangled up with a throw rug and not thinking about a thing.
Oh, well, Skipper. There's your port clearance and my chief mate's berth spread all over the room.
Yeah. And now what the devil was the idea of you leaving me to shake hands with that gun of Funston for so long?
I had to do it, Skipper, to keep him off guard. He knew our story was fishy before I got him up here.
He knew?
Yeah. He knew you hadn't signed on to chief mate.
He had good spies. Where'd he find that out?
He got it by being the honest banker.
Huh?
Eager to play along with the police. He kept in touch with your friend at Homicide, Kessel.
Yeah. I knew that Kessel was a good man.
But we're a great team, Skipper. We're standing up and they're laying down.
But Constantino isn't with them. We'll hear from him again. Keep an eye on him, will you? I got a proud call to make to Homicide. By 2 the next afternoon, we cast off from Pier 48 and were headed out. We went through the Golden Gate under power, sitting on the wheelbox with a bottle between us. We followed the channel buoys out to the Farallons, picking up that good deep water roll. And the driving westerlies started to sing through the rigging. I felt like a man getting his back out of a cast and walking again. The crew perked up, too, and they fell to with a will when Gallagher started bawling orders. The men liked them, too. Even the one-eat slugs had a pulse in the bottle and shook hands with them. They took their stations at the mainsail. The men at the halyards hoisted away smartly, and the head of the mainsail climbed up the mast. And the white expanse of it bellied out and pulled the deck beneath me, hove over to port. And I could feel the power at the wheel. The gypsum boomed out, then the mizzen. The Scarlet Queen was glad to be free, too. She took the bone in her teeth and charged every swell as though she were carrying on a one-woman war with the whole Pacific.
Is the rig heavy enough for you, Skipper? We're showing 8 knots on the taffrail loft.
Good enough. We'll hold her full and by till nightfall, and then let her off some.
You got a fine lady here, Skipper.
Behaving like a queen. She'll get us to Kaiwi Channel in less than 14 days.
That means the Royal Hawaiian Bar in less than 14 nights. What's the run from there?
That'll depend on the wind and other circumstances. Japan, the coast of China, then south across the line to the shallow sea.
How long are we going to be down there?
We may never get there, so who cares how long it'll be?
Not me. I'm not married.
You are now, mate. With the Scarlet Queen, the bigamist.
Oh, better let me take the wheel, then. We got to have a honeymoon sometime.
Sure, take over. Course is 237 on the gyro compass. Got her?
Yeah. Hey, she's got spirit. What a wife she's going to make. What a honeymoon. Want a drink, Skipper?
After you, mate. Your wedding day. And you make a handsome couple. Believe me, you do. Log entry. Catch Scarlet Queen. 5:30 p.m. Miles traveled 31. Wind brisk. Sky fair. Sea cresting with high cross swell. Mainsail and mizzen reefed. Ship secure for night. Signed, Philip Carney, Master.
The Voyage of the Scarlet Queen has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Log entry, the Ketch Scarlet Queen. Position 158 degrees west, 22 degrees 21 minutes north. Gyro compass course 290. Wind fresh, sky fair. Remarks, cleared port of Honolulu at 3:30 a.m. without lights to avoid harbor and police officials. Reason for secrecy, the report from the White Jade Buddha. On the 13th day out of San Francisco, with the constant trade still flowing in over the starboard quarter, the Scarlet Queen stood in through Kaiwi Channel, past Cocoa and Diamond Head, and eased into Honolulu Harbor. I'd planned on finding dockage off 4th Street near the shopping district where I could take on water and food stores in a hurry, pick up my payroll and instructions from Kang's Honolulu contact, and head out. But the section was jammed with merchantmen, so we nosed past Sand Island under power and into Kapalama Basin, where we tied up under the stern of an aging but busy Victory ship. We'd noticed the big diesel yacht that had entered the basin in our wake, but we didn't pay any attention to it until it anchored just off our port beam and a dinghy lester pulled up alongside. My chief mate, Red Gallagher, caught the hail.
Boy,
The Scarlet Queen.
Ahoy, the boat. What's your business?
Rosalind Bradbury, master of the Rockahonga. Do I have your permission aboard?
Not mine. How about yours, Skipper?
You stay where you are.
Huh? What's that? Oh, it's still in quarantine?
I didn't say so, but it'll do.
Well, then, if Muhammad cannot come to the mountains, sir, let the mountains come to Muhammad.
Talk English or cast off. What do you want?
The pleasure of your company is key aboard the Rockahonga. Yourself and your first officer, sir. No need for a formal acceptance. I never take no for an answer. I shall expect you promptly at 5.
What kind of bilge was that?
I say let's take him up on that invitation, Skipper.
I say that tea smells like poison.
Well, you expected trouble in Honolulu, so it's better to have poison hail you from a dinghy than run into a knife in a dark shoreside alley. What do you say? A poison on a yacht where you can see it, or a knife in a dark alley?
Okay, Red. Break out your white linen jacket. We'll try the poison.
And so Mutual continues The Voyage of the Scarlet Queen, written by Gil Dowd and Bob Tallman, and starring Elliot Lewis. The Scarlet Queen, proudest ship to plow the seas, bound for uncharted adventure. Every week a complete entry in the log, and every week a league further in the strange Voyage of the Scarlet Queen.
My instinct was to turn down Bradbury's invitation, because I knew that Constantino's machine was out to stop the voyage of the Scarlet Queen. He used every trick in the business to keep me from the $10 million prize Kang was sending me after. They'd killed once in San Francisco when Gallagher was on their payroll, and now after Red had switched his loyalties to my side, the Bradbury hail might be another move. But a few minutes before 5, Gallagher and I dropped into our small boat and stowed the 50 yards to the good ship Rockahonga. A Kanaka crewman took our painter and made us fast to the ladder. We hunched our shoulder holsters in the easy positions and went aboard. We walked across immaculate teakwood toward the main house. Just before we reached it, something under a deck cleat caught my eye. I picked it up. It was a small opal earring in a gold setting.
Welcome aboard, gentlemen. Come in out of the sun. Tea's getting cold. We'll make the formalities brief. I'd like to introduce my nephew. Your name, please?
I'm Carney. This is my first officer, Mr. Gallagher.
Splendid.
Pleased to meet you. Why don't you park your hardware outside? This is a tea party.
No, Cyril. Certainly the gentlemen have come armed. All manner of danger in these latitudes. Sharks, foreigners, natives.
All right, clam, blubber, clam. Tell them what you want and send them back to the rowboat. You're boring the gentleman.
Yes, of course. It just so happens that I do have a proposition to place before you. In spite of the apparent grandeur with which you find me surrounded, gentlemen, I find myself temporarily embarrassed. Well, financially, that
It means he's broke.
That's tough. I've been there myself.
Yes. Well, naturally, you're thinking that I can sell this yacht for more than enough to carry me, but I can't in Honolulu for reasons which I won't go into. As a matter of fact, I am taking great risks in even anchoring here, but I had no choice.
What are you handing me? You picked us up off Sand Island and followed us into the basin. Why us?
Why, the very impression you make. Your ship's well-loaded, a craft that will handle well under jib and mizzen for intricate island sailing.
Yeah, along with 50 other catchers in this harbor.
Yes. Now, Mr. Carney, the point is this. I am, shall we say, persona non grata in this city.
He means he's hot in Honolulu. Last time he was here, he got a skin full and asked his dame on the ship.
Cyril. That will be enough, Cyril. To continue, I must raise enough money to fuel my voyage back to the States. Neither I, nor, if I may say so, Cyril can go ashore.
Yeah, but it was no dame.
In my travels, I have collected a number of valuable objets d'art. Among them, this rare white jade representation of the Arakanese Buddha, one of the most sacred objects of the Orient, stolen from the Boangan Temple.
Look, what Blubber's trying to tell you, he's hot. The statue's hot. But there's a certain character in Honolulu who'll pay off good for it. He wants you gents to deliver it for a third of the proceeds. He trusts you. Don't ask me why.
Nicely put, Cyril. Well, gentlemen, how about it? Do you agree to assist me?
Who's your buyer?
A gentleman of the Oriental persuasion, Luci Shen by name. You will present the object to him, and if he does not instantly recognize its worth, as I believe he will, then kindly direct his attention to the cylindrical marking at its base. This identifies it beyond a shadow of a doubt as the Arakanese Buddha Boanga. Well, Mr. Carney?
Oh, the tea is all right, Skipper. The guy's in trouble. We got to go ashore anyway. Okay, Red, pick up the doll. Oh, almost forgot. I found this out on deck. Engineering.
An opal. Now, where could that have come from?
Yeah. Where?
Oh, a cheap little thing. Take it along, Mr. Carney, for luck.
It was dusk when we left the Scarlet Queen to go ashore. By the time we'd reached King Street in the center of town, the tropic night had settled in around the city. Kang and Company's office was closed, so I phoned the home of the manager, Neil Gregson. He told us to meet him there in an hour. We decided to unload Bradbury's hunk of jade and kill the rest of the time in the nearest bar. We found the shop on Canton Street, a few blocks east of King. The sign on the window was in Chinese, but down in the corner in English was the name Lu Shen. It was a typical cluttered Chinese curio shop, dim, smelling sandalwood. A thin, wrinkled little man looking out of character in Occidental clothes and green eye shade was waiting for us behind the counter.
Yes? You wish to buy Chinese ware?
You Lu Shen?
Yes. Who tell you come here?
Bradbury.
Bradbury? Maybe mistake you come here.
We got something for you. Now, what do you think of that for white jade?
You try to sell that to me? That's not jade.
What do you mean it isn't jade?
That's Japanese work. Very cheap. No good for me.
Wait a minute. This is a great thing. Where did he say it came from, Skipper?
A temple somewhere. Boanga.
Boanga? No, cannot be Boanga Buddha.
Oh, he says look on the bottom, Lou. He says mark there proves.
Oh. Wait, I turn on light.
Uh-huh.
It's very strange mark. Very small.
He turned the base of the Buddha toward the light and squinted nearsightedly at a spot of shining metal that was set in the center. He put a jeweler's glass into his left eye and looked again. Then he picked up a penknife and started scraping the tarnish off the metal disc. He didn't finish the job. Didn't make any more noise than a firecracker. There was a little tinkle of broken glass. His body went rigid for a split second and then relaxed. The eyepiece hadn't even shattered. There was a clean hole through it about the size of a .25 caliber slug. The bullet that had killed Lu Shen had entered his left eye from close range. In the shattered pieces of Bradbury's phony Buddha, I found a weapon. It was a simple gadget, a rifle cartridge with a spring mechanism and a firing cap. I'd seen plenty of them on Pacific beachheads during the war. We called them finger mines. It looked like Constantino's work, but I couldn't figure why. Any way you looked at it, it was murder, and we were in too deep to stand still. 20 minutes later, a cab dropped us in front of Neil Gregson's Spanish-style mansion out on the other side of Diamond Head. The air was heavy with the smell of jasmine as we went up the walk to the front entrance. But the perfume that hit us when the door opened was more expensive.
Well, Neil told me a couple of men were coming, but he didn't say it like he should have.
Thanks. Where do we find him?
He had to go out for a while, but he said I could entertain you until he got back. It won't be long.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Come in, won't you? Follow me.
She was easy to follow. She swayed down a few steps and into a sunken living room. From the door, I could see that we weren't the only men she was entertaining. I counted 5 lounging around the room. 4 of them, including a young Oriental with a scarred face, wore a well-filled shoulder holster. The other sat with a carbine across his knees. He was the only one I recognized. It was Bradbury's nephew, Cyril.
Come in, suckers. This could be a friendly get-together.
Sure, what else?
Maybe a little 7-card stud, just to break the ice.
I'll take you up on that, Cyril. We always get a square deal from you.
I like you, too, Gallagher. How much money you got?
How would you like to spend your time, Mr. Carney?
Kicking myself from here to the equator, thanks.
Come on over to the bar. My name's Claire, and I'll mix your drink. We'll put the kick in that.
That's probably the truth.
Yes, they're suspicious. Relax. Do something manly, like making a pass at me.
With all your husbands in the room?
Well, that's better anyway, but I'm not married.
Just well supplied with chaperones, huh?
Do you think I need them?
Oh, get off it, will you? You don't need them with me. What is the setup, anyway?
A bunch of fellas just happened to drop in.
Did you come with them, or are you part of the furniture?
I'm engaged to Neil Gregson. You won't like him either.
That makes as much sense as anything else.
As a matter of fact. Is your drink all right?
Yeah. Can't remember when I've enjoyed one more.
I could say the same about you if I were the sarcastic type, but that must be Neil. Excuse me.
The doorbell did something to the atmosphere in the room. I wasn't quite sure what. Nobody changed their positions. Cyril glanced up and then glanced back at his hole card. Claire walked through the room and up the steps. She looked through the open grill, turned back to the room, and held up one finger. Then she opened the door. The figure of a man stood silhouetted in the doorway for just an instant, and then... Every gun in the room opened up on him. The shock knocked him half off the porch, and he lay there.
Some people never learn, do they?
You really take chances, don't you? You got real guts, sir.
Skipper, it's their fault.
He never got his hands out of his pockets.
I'll ask your advice next time, Connie, but for now, calm up and stay alive, huh? You, Gallagher, on your feet. You're going with us.
Good idea. We can finish that game of stuff.
Wait a minute, what's the deal?
It's a payoff, Connie, for Gallagher's double cross in Frisco. You know what I mean? Okay, let's clear out.
I felt like a man on a yard square island. From where I stood, there was no place to turn. Cyril's talk about Red's double cross added up to Constantino. I was sure of that. And it wasn't hard to figure how they'd pay off Gallagher for signing on with me. So far, Honolulu wasn't living up to the travel folders. It was all blind alleys. And in each one, there was a dead man. I went to the door, dragged the body inside, and locked myself in with him. I pulled out his wallet. It was Gregson, all right, but any information he was to give me was as dead as he was. That still held even after I found an envelope in his inside coat pocket that had my name on it. 2 hours ago, it would have led to Kang's instructions. Now it didn't lead any place. It said, Luigi Shen is Kang's man. You're to meet him at 11:45 tonight. I walked a few blocks over to Coa Avenue and hailed a cab. It dropped me on Canton Street. It was about 10, and I hoped that the police were through with Lou's curio shop. The dim light was on, and no one was in sight. I went in. It was not only open, it was open for business. There wasn't a sign that a murder had been committed there. And another aged Chinese face rose up out of the shadows behind the counter.
You wish buy Chinese ware?
Who are you?
I am George Cheng.
You do business now, tonight?
You wish buy? I help you.
No, I mean, Luigi Shen.
Lord Jishan, not here.
I know it. That's what I mean. You do business after what happened tonight?
Lord Jishan, not here.
Were the police here?
Many police. Many men all want Lord Jishan. He not here. He go 2-3 days.
I got an idea you're talking my language, Chow. Did you see him get killed?
Lord Jishan, not here.
But, Joe, you know Kang and Son, Shanghai?
No, Sabe.
You know named Scarlet Queen?
No, Sabe. Other man, ask them.
What other man? Fat man in white suit, maybe come with police? Look, Joe, I'm captain on Scarlet Queen. I work for Kang and Son.
No, Sabe. Fat man, say same.
He was lying. Look here. This paper, it say Philip Carney, Master, Catch, Scarlet Queen. You read English?
No, read.
And look here, this letter from Kang and Son in Chinese. I was supposed to give it to Luigi Shen, but I didn't know it until it was too late.
You come along me.
He padded down the other side of the counter, and I followed him. We went through a door at the back of the shop and into the living quarters. Joe bent over a carved camphor-wood chest. And when he straightened up, he had a bamboo tube and a thick envelope in his hand. Both of them were from Kang. The envelope held a beautiful, thick bundle of $500 bills and a piece of rice paper, and the tube carried my instructions for finding the contact in Kobe, Japan, and a list of numbers that could have been soundings or elevations. They were to be memorized, the paper destroyed.
You savvy.
I savvy.
Kang, he most wise man.
You aren't so bad yourself, Joe. You worked good trick on Bradbury.
Yes, good trick, all right.
The police don't know Lou was killed?
No person, no. I clean up very fast. No person see him, only you. Along with the one with red hair and me. To all other person, Liu Jishan, go away.
Believe me, I hope he has a good trip. Chow, you help me more?
Yeah.
Bradbury took the one with red hair away. Unless I find, maybe he goes same place Liu Jishan. You know where in Honolulu those men go?
Honolulu, very big.
Look, one of them was Chinese boy. Knife scar across here. You know all Chinese boys?
I know the one.
You know what place he go? Any house saloon? What place he meet friends?
No, friend. American very bad for that Chinese boy.
I know it, Joe. I'll try and take care of it for you. Maybe beat Americans' heads together, huh?
That place named Farmhouse. Street name Canal Street. Very bad.
Yeah, very good. Joe, you're a beautiful guy. You're the first thing I've seen in Honolulu that I'd like to take home with me. The Palm House on Canal Street was the kind of a place the police find at the end of a vice drive. It was a two-story building that covered its windows with bamboo screens to hide its activities from those lucky enough to be outside and a lousy view from those stupid enough to be inside. The only healthy thing about the place were the two fat palm trees that gave it its name. I took a final breath of fresh night air and went in. It was a big place, crowded, and the atmosphere was thick with smoke, and the band was loud. The hula dancers who were on stage had been doing the same thing 40 years too long, but had improved their act with a few tricks from Minsky. I got 3 feet inside the door and got a typical welcome.
Oh, big boy, you're meeting a friend of I did.
Later, gorgeous, later.
Later, my back, I'm not the kind that goes to waste.
I kicked and shouldered my way through every complexion in the color chart, navigating a course toward the bar by dead reckoning and the sense of smell. There was some space opening at the end of the bar. I stopped to order a drink, but the bartender was out of sight. I turned around, and that's when I saw them. The first one I spotted was Gallagher. He was at a table, relaxed and nursing a glass. Sitting across from him was a woman, Claire. Cyril and the rest were spread out, and they were getting to their feet. Then I realized why that crowd was so hard to fight through. I was the only one heading in. The rest of them smelled trouble and were fighting their way out. I put my back to the bar and leaned on my elbows. Gallagher looked at me once. Then he grinned and moved his chair so his back was to me. That made it complete. A trap and a sellout from him.
Funny thing about double crosses, Connie.
Not so funny.
You're the only one that isn't laughing. You want to talk sense or fall down?
The gun's in your hand, not mine.
Yeah, well, let's try sense. You went back to Liu Jishen's. You stayed there for a while. You talked to Liu Jishen.
Liu Jishen not here.
Shut up. All we want is what he gave you or told you.
That makes it simple. Liu Jishen not here.
I said shut up.
Music was in that booby track you said to him. Birthday greetings? He's dead.
Quit it, Connie. The cops say he's alive.
Argue with them then, not me.
If you like this, go ahead. Be stupid. That ain't hurting me.
Well, that's because you got guts, Cyril. Great guts. Just as I hit him, somebody threw 2 shots, and like at a signal, the place went pitch dark. I dropped flat on the floor and stayed there. Automatic flashed out of the blackness and splinters from the bar rained down on me. Then the place went silent. I lay there quietly waiting, afraid to give them my position by firing back. I heard the scrape of someone sliding my way and snapped the safety catch on the automatic. Then I smelled the perfume. Claire put both hands on my face to show me she didn't have a gun and breathed something about getting out into my ear. I grabbed one of her hands with my left, reached up to the bar and found a glass. I took a breath and threw it to the other end of the room. Then we got up and ran. I didn't try to figure the twist. All I saw was a chance to get out of there, and I took it. She led me through a back door into a car parked in an alley. And the last I saw of the Palm House was its reflection in the rear view mirror. She drove to Maunalua Bay on the eastern end of the island and led me into a cottage on the beach. The lights were shaded, the drinks were handy, and the motif was pagan. I'd expected her to toss me some curves, but I was a little wrong as to type. Events so far hadn't pointed to the kind that go with whispering surf and moonlight through palm groves. There they were.
You've got the shakes, haven't you?
The shakes are different on this end of the island.
Your eyes aren't as soft as you talk. How would they look if they were?
Wish I knew what you were up to.
Couldn't I just like you?
Uh-uh.
Couldn't I try? Couldn't I be sick of the whole nest and everyone in it? Couldn't I be honest with myself for just a little while?
I don't know. Could you?
Maybe I was wrong about you being alive. You know me?
Uh-uh. Just scared. I'm scared to death.
I am too, sir. Maybe it... Oh, darling. Your face, he hurt you, didn't he? He hurt you.
I don't remember. I don't remember a thing but being here. I never did figure out whether she was really being honest or not. But I didn't know her well enough to care a great deal. The drink she mixed that pineapple juice in them and the atmosphere she created was quite peaceful. She made only one mistake. She looked at her wristwatch too often. If she hadn't, it might have been different because I didn't hear a car pull up or footsteps outside or anything. I just saw a change in her. And I put my glass down and got ready. I wasn't quite sure who'd come through the door. It turned out to be Bradbury, but he was more surprised than I was. Claire was pointing a small automatic at him.
Claire, what's the meaning of this?
I've changed my mind.
You're in too deep to misuse my faith in you. You put your pretty finger on your fiancée Gregson for an equally pretty remuneration.
Quit being fancy and stay where you are. I found somebody who pays more for faith than you do.
I don't understand you, Claire.
You wouldn't.
Since our friend Gallagher has seen to it that Cyril is no longer with us, we might bargain. There must be a meeting point. Certainly you aren't wasting your time on Connie here.
Turn around, fat boy. Who drove you out here?
Gallagher.
Yeah, fat boy, Gallagher. Isn't it a caution, Skipper, what we have to go through to keep our heads above water?
That's when the pagan cottage exploded, because that's when everybody realized who was sold out by whom. Red-colored Bradbury, and I made a grab at Claire. I was close, but not close enough. She'd aimed at Gallagher, but Bradbury'd been pulled in line instead. Two spots of crimson suddenly blossomed on that white linen suit. And when Red let go of him, he settled flatly on the carpet. And Claire disappeared through a side door.
Where's the dame, Skipper? I want to get my hands on her. Let her go, Red. I can't help it, Skipper. She made me mad. You know why?
Sure.
I don't think you do. Remember that opal earring you found in the Rakahanga? I wasn't mad till I found the other one on her dressing table.
What were you doing at her dressing table?
Making a deal, Skipper. Deciding that she'd double-cross Cyril and Bradbury, I'd double-cross you. And she and I were going to live happily ever after. On what Constantino'd pay us for what you got from Lou G. Shen.
Yeah. Should I congratulate you?
Skipper, if you knew what I went through making Cyril think I was double-crossing you, you would congratulate me.
Yeah. How about Cyril?
Yeah. How about Cyril? Skipper, what do you think of Honolulu as a port of call?
It's kind of mixed up with what I think of you as a chief mate. But I think if we try, we can get out of here before daybreak.
Considering what's happened since we got here, I think we better. Homicide won't like us in the morning.
An hour later, a sleepy crew had fallen to, and the Scarlet Queen sneaked away from her dock under power, out of Kapalama Basin, headed out toward the still dark western horizon. At dawn, we picked up the trade winds and cut the motor. The mainsail caught the sunrise wind, and the Scarlet Queen nodded at the morning and dipped her lee rail toward the sea. She answered the jib, then the mizzen, and the wake boiled and bubbled under her stern. The clean sea air flushed the night out of me. It left a clear head to work out a balance between wind, sail, rudder, and fate.
She likes the sail, Skipper. She'll take it as long as we can stand up on the deck.
Let's not argue with her. She likes it as it is.
So do I. I can turn my back any way I want it. No automatic. Ah, that was a bad port, Skipper. What's next?
I'll try and do better. This one's called Muninjima. It's an island halfway between here and Japan.
All right. You find the island, and I'll find the woman on it.
That's a deal.
Want a drink, Skipper?
After you, mate. After you. Log entry, catch Scarlet Queen, 5:30 p.m. Miles traveled, 3,035. Wind brisk. Sky lowering. Sea choppy with high cross swell. Mainsail and mizzen reefed. Ship secure for night. Signed, Philip Carney, Master. Log entry, the catch Scarlet Queen. Position, 132 degrees 6 minutes west, 25 degrees 15 minutes north. Gyro compass course 275. Wind fresh, sky fair. Remarks, departed island of Muninjima at 4:15 p.m. after unlogged movement of vessel. Reason for move, the Spaniard and the Lascar pirates. It was mid-afternoon, 15 days after we dropped the Hawaiian chain behind us, that we raised on the horizon the mountain peaks of Muninjima, and our appetite for cool, sweet water and fresh fruit. The island lies some 500 miles east-northeast from the Bonin Group, and had served as a Japanese base during the war. My pre-war charts, due to Jap secrecy, were incomplete and inaccurate, but just before sunset, when we stood around the southern tip, we did find the anchorage shown on them. It was a small half-moon bay protected by a line of breakers, foaming in over a barrier reef. A little north of the center of the reef was our path, wide enough for the Queen to slip through with good steerage way, friendly currents, and a light hand at the wheel. The water over the side took on a shallow look as we approached under power, and Gallagher went to the bow with a hand lead to measure the depth. He heaved the lead and line forward, and his readings came rolling back.
5 mark! 5!
5 fathoms, leaving a few to spare between keel and bottom.
Quarter left! 5!
But shallowing to less than 5 as we closed on the pass.
5 apiece! 4!
4.5 fathoms, and the teeth of the coral started to show through the white froth of surf. And the currents washing back from it took the bow of the Queen from port and pushed.
5 a mark! 4! Easy, Skipper, easy!
I fought the wheel, and for a moment the scarlet figurehead seemed to rest on the reef. And then her head swung into the narrow channel. The shoulders of the reef swirled by us on each side.
No bottom at 15! No bottom at 15!
We were in to deep, quiet water. After our anchors were secured to the sandy bottom, Gallagher and I dropped into our dinghy and rowed toward a small pier that jutted out from the beach. At water level, we were able to see a cluster of half a dozen tin-roofed frame buildings set back from the shore and shaded by a grove of banyans and cocoa palms. We shipped our oars, started to make fast, when we heard footsteps on the pier above us. I looked up. Straight into the muzzle of a .30 caliber rifle. A single watery china blue eye looked at me from behind the sights.
Go back to your ship!
Wait a minute. My ears stuffed up, or did you say go back to our ship?
Get your ship out of the bay! You are welcome here!
We need stores. This is no social call. We need water and fresh fruit, or we wouldn't have stopped.
He's drunk, Skipper. Here, let me take that pop gun away from him.
Wait a minute, Red. I think he means it. I think he's... Red! Red, are you hit?
No. But you're right, Skipper. He does mean it. The guy's stark raving nuts.
And so
Mutual continues The Voyage of the Scarlet Queen, written by Gil Dowd and Bob Tolman, and starring Elliot Lewis. The Scarlet Queen, proudest ship to sail the seas, bound for uncharted adventure. Every week, a complete entry in the log, and every week, a league further in the strange Voyage of the Scarlet Queen.
I stood there in the dory, looking up at the rifle and the man behind it. He was a dissipated 35, dressed in rumpled white duck trousers, no shirt, and a linen jacket streaked down the front with liquor and food stains. I was trying to figure how drunk he was and whether to make a try for the rifle myself when a movement shoreside caught my eye. And what a movement. She walked across that strip of beach as if she owned it.
Emmett! Emmett, what are you doing out here?
I don't want them ashore.
Give me that rifle.
Give it here. There's too many of them here already. Give me that gun. I'll shoot them and then the others.
You drunken fool! Go on. Go on or I'll use it on you.
All right. We haven't got trouble enough. We'll have it now.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. My husband has been ill. Please come ashore. You're more than welcome.
Well, Skipper, what are we waiting for?
That's a foolish question, Red.
I'm Nora Fairfield. Welcome to Mooneen Zima. I'm sorry your first greeting was so unpleasant.
Yeah. What does your husband hunt with that cannon?
Men? He hates them.
But you don't, hmm?
Certainly not. That's why he does.
You said he was sick. What's wrong with him?
There's nothing you have to worry about. But I think I should warn you. You aren't the only visitors on Mooneen Zima. For an island that gets a steamer twice a year, we're doing well.
I didn't see any boat in the bay.
He wasn't as good a sailor as you are. He lost his ship on the reef a month ago.
He should have stayed home.
I'm beginning to think so myself.
I let Red fight his own way out of that one. Something up ahead of us interested me more at the moment. She'd taken us into the compound, and we were maybe 50 yards from the residence house. It was a typical island bungalow built up on stilts with a deep veranda across the front of it, but it wasn't the house that interested me. It was the group of bare-chested, brown-skinned East Indians squatting on their heels at the foot of the stairs. They looked as though their shore leave had lasted too long. And the curved knives they wore looked even meaner than their faces. Their eyes followed us as we went past them and into the house. Two men were sprawled in wicker chairs, and neither of them was her husband. The dark one, built along the lines of Rocky Graziano, grinned up at us.
Conde nombre. The girl saved you from the husband, too, no?
Captain Ramirez? Captain,
Carney. Phil Carney. And Mr. Gallagher, my first officer.
That's good enough.
I'm Dr. Mitchell. Thomas Mitchell. And you needn't tell me I looked the part. I've been told before.
Captain Ramirez is the man I told you about, Captain Carney. You men talk. I'll go see if my husband has enough bottles to keep him comfortable.
That was tough, losing your ship, Ramirez.
Mal suerte. Sometimes bad, sometimes good. This time bad. But who knows? Maybe things get better today.
Better. Better, he says. With that heathen crew of yours squatting on their heels outside, ready to sink those murderous knives into our backs if we so much as look cross-eyed at them.
Don't talk so much. Or I let you die on this island.
So, that's your plan. You think you'll buy your way out of here on the Scarlet Queen and leave me here to rot? As one Irishman to another, Mr. Carney, this pirate has knocked up the price of a passage.
You will have to excuse this doctor. Too much sun.
But if you take me, Carney, I have money in the States.
See, like the money you stole in Manaquari. He will be in jail before he pays.
Listen to the man. That boat onto the reef. Where do you think Captain Ramirez came by such a vessel? He stole it. And if you don't look sharp, that is enough.
Now I help you out, Doctor.
You're a little rough on your passengers, aren't you, Ramirez?
Him? He lived too long in the tropics. His brain is fried.
Maybe I should have butted in and saved him a sore jaw. The Scarlet Queen isn't taking on any passengers here. No room.
How big is your crew, Connie?
8 seamen.
That's funny.
That's my crew. 8 men.
But our crew's carrying guns, Ramirez, in case you got any ideas. I didn't see anything but knives on those Lascars of yours.
Don't worry. I've got gun down in my bungalow. But see here, I prefer the knife myself.
An 8-inch knife blade vibrated in the table in front of us. He was so fast I didn't even see where it came from, but there it was. He flashed us a smile full of oversized, overpolished teeth, then tugged the knife out of the wood and left.
This is a great island, Skipper. I'm glad you brought me here.
I just wish there was enough daylight and tide left to get us through that reef and out of here.
You think he's crazy enough to try and take the Queen?
I don't know, Red, but I'm not sleeping tonight, neither are you. We'll keep our eye on him from 2 places. I'll row you back to the ship, and I'm staying ashore.
Wait a minute, Skipper. You're pulling your rank on me. I met her, too.
Forget it, Red. There's a husband in Ramirez in the picture, too. By the time I'd taken Gallagher to the Queen, broken out enough rifles to arm the crew, and rowed back to the island, night had fallen. And the first quarter moon was rising above the tops of the palms. I stopped when I hit the beach to get my bearings, decide which way to go. The threat was real enough, I was sure of that. Island shipwreck has turned sweeter characters than Ramirez to piracy. And the only way he or any of us could get out of there was on the decks of the Scarlet Queen. He was facing a crew of natives filled with frenzy for a home thousands of miles away. I was 2 legs out on a voyage with a $10 million prize at its destination, somewhere in the South Pacific. I'd fought before, and I was ready to fight again to keep the Scarlet Queen underway. I found a shadow, black in the faint moonlight, made my automatic handy at my waist, and started counting the minutes to the rise of sun and tide and the chance to get away from this place. The first 20 went by slowly and quietly. Then I heard a rustle in the brush behind me. I took a quick step sideways, snapped my automatic from my belt, and whirled to face the sound.
Oh, Captain Carney, you... Oh, why waste time on an act? You didn't surprise me. Came looking for you. You just startled me a little.
That puts us on common ground, except for the surprise. Why were you looking for me?
Because I've got to get away from Emmett. I want to go with you.
Talk sense. I can't take you with me.
You could, Phil. I don't know what's going to happen if I stay here with that decaying pig. I'm afraid I'll kill him. And I'm afraid he'll kill me. I've got to get away from here. Phil, look at me. Please, Phil, take me away from here.
You don't touch me, gorgeous. I can hear you saying the same thing the same way to Emmett about getting away from some other sucker. The only way you're going to get away from this island's on a tramp steamer.
Oh, Phil, I didn't mean that. Really, I didn't. I'm just going crazy, that's all. Phil, if you know what kind of a woman I am, can't we let it go at that? Then I couldn't hurt you. Phil, just for a minute, don't be afraid of me. I hit you, didn't I? Because you knew me. For a second, I hated you. But now I don't.
That's too bad. I feel more comfortable when you do. Anybody on any island would have given her A for effort and the same for her injured pride exit as she left my little plot of beach. I had half a hunch and maybe half a hope that she wasn't through pleading her case and she'd be back. I sat there through the next hour trying to keep my mind on the Queen's cabin lights bobbing slightly out in the bay and to be ready for any movement towards her. There was only a split-second awareness of someone behind me, then a brown forearm was across my throat. I got a glimpse of a second figure slipping around in front of me. It was a turbaned Lascar. I kicked out at him. The last thing I remembered was the smell of chloroform and the cloth he jammed across my nose and mouth. And the deep, gasping breath my lungs forced me to take when the forearm relaxed a little. That and the sound of oars being put in oarlocks as somebody jumped into the dinghy and headed for the Scarlet Queen. Then the beach, the island, the whole world pulled away from me, and I was too tired to care. The first thing I coasted back on was the light that leaked in through my eyelids. Then the nausea. The throbbing in my head. I got my eyes open long enough to realize that the brightness was coming through a window. It was daylight. Broad daylight. That's when I tried to get up and fell back on the cot.
Connie. You're Irish, right from the brink of consciousness. Welcome back to a world of beauty.
Yeah. When I can remember of it, I'm sure I'll like it. Help me up with you, Doc.
I've already helped you up. If it hadn't been for me, you'd be well on your way to enriching the soil here on Moon and Jima.
Hold it, Doc. It's taken me a while to collect these things.
Here, an ammonia ampoule. If you must think, this will help clear it up.
My ship, Doc.
It's gone. But you're wrong. When you came into the bay out there, in the situation here, it was no longer your ship. It was common property among desperate people. You and I happened to lose.
My mate Gallagher?
Who knows? Even common property himself. Shared between 3 or 4 types of flesh-eating fish.
My head aches, Doc. I can't get very far beyond that yet.
I'll mix you something. They brought you here last night, after they plucked you off the beach. With my chloroform, by the way. I was supposed to kill you neatly and silently. Slight swelling in your right arm was the point of injection. Due to some last-minute loyalty to our common heritage, I lightened the dose.
Thanks.
Yeah. Drink this. Yeah. You might say that you have been 1 milligram away from a heathen grave. My payment, of course, was to be passage out of here with Ramirez. You see, I'm here as a result of my dishonesty to him, no doubt.
I feel sorry for you, Doc.
Indeed, I feel the same thing myself. Now, if you'll get up on your own 2 feet instead of lying there like a sick dog, I think you'll feel better. Get a breath of air if you can find some movement.
I was halfway to my feet before his last words got through the dizziness. There wasn't any air moving. I stumbled to the door and looked out. The palms and banyans were motionless. That meant one thing to me. The Scarlet Queen had to be under power to make any way. There wasn't enough breeze to even rattle her halyards. My wristwatch read 9 a.m., an hour and 10 minutes after the earliest tide she could have crossed the reef on. I knew that if I could get high enough, my ship would still be in sight. I didn't know why I should torture myself. Maybe it was like hiding in a corner to watch your girl marry another guy. But I pulled what was left of me together and started up the mountain to see where the Queen was going with somebody else. The summit was a jumble of rock. I scraped my way to the very top and stood there. 12 miles of rolling, folded hills and valleys stretched to the north. 3 miles of gentle slope to the south. And beyond, in a great circle, empty sea horizon. Not a sail, not a mast, not a speck in sight. Then I went down the mountain and back to the compound. It wasn't until then that I felt the new atmosphere of the place. Yesterday had been filled with chattering birds. Now there was nothing but the muttering of the surf against the reef, a leaden sky and humid, oppressive air. I went to the residence house to find Nora, hoping she'd know where Ramirez would make for it. I found a room and knocked. There wasn't any answer. I knocked again, then I went in.
Like I say, Connie, mal suerte. But you look surprised to find me waiting for you.
After the build-up, what else?
What is the build-up when it all falls down?
Where's my ship?
I wish I knew. I wish I knew so well I was on it.
How did you miss after your boys smothered me on the beach?
I make big mistake. I warn you, don't ever trust a woman.
Thanks.
She took the dinghy right after my boys make the big mistake with you.
Yeah, big mistake. They should have smothered her.
I think maybe somebody else, too. Who is gone from the island? The girl, yes. Your chief mate, no? And your Scarlet Queen, I saw her go through the reef. What do you think?
From here, that's hard to figure. Where's your Lascar crew? Behind me?
Don't worry. My boys crawled away someplace this morning. They say sunrise to red. They say wind going to blow today.
You should have crawled with them, Ramirez. This is going to be a good one.
See, I know this wind. I think we got out of this house quick. This is no good place for typhoon.
You got a better place in mind?
You make good question, Connie. I say the wind makes us good friends when we were good enemy before. we get out of this house.
15 minutes, the wind had taken over the rule of Munin Jima and everyone on it. Ramirez and I struggled out of the house. Like cattle turned our backs to the blast and huddled together, dependent upon one another. Fighting the power of it, dodging flying branches, wincing from the sting of sand and rain that came with the wind. Left no time to think of anything but survival. Suddenly, we all became allies. Dr. Mitchell came out of his collapsing cottage, crawled to us on his hands and knees. And then behind us, half falling, staggering out of his coma and his quivering house, came Fairfield.
What have you done with her? What have you taken my wife? That's the second man. What have you done with her? This is not time for wife. Hey, Tony, you tell me. Tony, where is she? We don't know where she is. If she's out in this, she'll try. But she'll never find it without me. Find what? The trail to the crater. But she'll try. Come along, we may find her on the way.
So I didn't tell him where she was. If I had, he'd probably have traded the whole thing for another bottle. And if he knew where there was shelter, I needed him. I nursed him like a sick baby. We started foot by foot, yard by yard across the compound, and up the slope toward the mountain. Sometimes standing, sometimes crawling, sometimes flat on our faces. The wind streamed in, bending 50-foot pounds like they were blades of grass, forcing them over until they splintered, and their tops crashed and skidded across the ground. Fairfield, wait a minute! Mitchell's been hurt!
Never mind! Come on! We'll get him, Connie! He won't ask you any questions about it. We will go back to a drink.
I looked back at Mitchell. 15-foot length of palm tree had crashed into the ground. And already the wind-whipped brush was drifting up over his body to bury him in the heathen grave he'd saved me from. We crossed one swell of hill, then another. Finally, with the wind even wilder with the altitude, we reached a razorback ridge, dropped over into the shelter of the lee side.
That's one devil, that wind. Maybe both of us are lucky to be here instead of drowning on your massless house, Connie.
I don't think much of the choice myself.
Well, I do. Right now, I'm glad I trusted that woman.
Shut up!
What for, Fairfield? You think he doesn't know what kind of...
Shut up!
It's all right, Connie. I know what it means. But I'd like to find her. The trail leads down to the beach at the bottom of the crater.
It was a steep trail, and now and then when we'd go through a clearing in the dense growth, I began to get a picture of the place. It was a volcanic crater, and the sheer sides made a complete circle with a circumference of about 1.5 miles. We were about 3/4 of the way down when I caught the glimmer of water. Another 100 yards, and we broke out of the brush and hit the beach. That's when we all stopped. That's when the whole thing took on the feel of a dream. But I was awake, and there with just her bow in sight in the tiny inlet was the Scarlet Queen. I didn't have time to reach for any answers because suddenly with the ship back on the scene, we were no longer allies. Our common enemy was forgotten, and Ramirez and I were face to face. But he had a knife, and I had an empty holster.
I think this is far enough, Connie.
Yeah, for one of us it is, Ramirez.
Why don't you think this way? You take the island and the woman, and I don't hurt you. The beautiful tropic night, Connie. You'll be happy, I tell you.
You've been in the tropics too long yourself, Ramirez. That's fever talk.
No, I tried to make it easy for you. I go on your ship. I tell you maybe you die like Mitchell in this storm. What you think?
Well, you make it sound good, Ramirez. You make it sound good.
Stay out of there, Phil!
The only thing I knew about his knife draw was that he used his right hand, and that's what I made for.
Let go! Come on!
I stood up, nudged his head over with my foot, and he didn't move. I didn't know how long it had taken, but it was long enough to make some changes in the scenery. Our dinghy was pulled up on the beach. Nora was standing there. Next to her was Gallagher.
I thought maybe you'd need some help, Skipper, but you did all right, didn't you?
I got a few things out of my system, but I got a few more.
Now, take it easy, Skipper. You're tired, so calm down.
How'd you get here?
Wait a minute, Skipper. Come here, you.
Fred! Fred, please, Fred!
He told me you sent her to the Queen last night, that you were selling her passage to Kobe.
What did he say?
Never mind, Fairfield. I believed her, because she put me wise to Ramirez. He and his Lascars tried to board the Queen at dawn, but we were ready for him. She said you knew it, too, and were hiding out till it was over.
You know how right she was.
And then this morning, when I got a load of that Typhoon Sunrise, she told me about this place, and we came around, and a good thing, too.
Yeah. That's what puts the whole thing off balance. The Queen would never have lived in that bay on the windward side.
What's the rest of it, Skipper?
I was supposed to be dead, and she was sick of Ramirez.
Phil, Red, please let me say something.
But you, Gallagher, you're supposed to sail off into the sunset with her.
Phil, listen to me.
You mean I can go into the sunset with you?
Wait a minute. You'll have to choose between her and me, Skipper.
Well, when the chips are down, you're really more attractive, Red.
Glad to hear that, Skipper. I'm blushing with pride.
And now shall we leave the fair fields to their island? What's left of it?
Yeah. And to their Ramirez. What's left of him? Yeah, Skipper. I think we've wasted enough time on Mooninjima.
A few hours before sunset, the outside circle of the typhoon had passed, and we headed out of the crater basin. I didn't bother to take soundings, but I did sketch an addition to the faulty charts of the island. Under power, we threaded through a narrow channel that the Japanese Navy had dredged from the almost landlocked basin to the open sea. We rounded a rocky point and swung the Scarlet figurehead on our bow until she looked out on the course she'd been born to follow. Neither of us knew where that course would lead. When we were free of the rocks and I felt the breeze on my right cheek, I cut the motor.
Stand by to make sail!
The peaks of Moonin still held us in their lee, but the edges of the northeast trade sweeping around them were enough.
Make sail!
The mainsail reached up the mast and took hold, and the cloying land smell was swept away and replaced by fresh sea air.
The ship beats men! Smartly now!
The jib ran up, then the mizzen, and the Queen settled into her familiar position with her port rail inclining toward the green water.
Is she see kindly, Skipper?
Doing fine, mate. We'll take her a little closer on when we make the north end of the island.
That's an island I want to see sink behind the stern.
Why you? You didn't have a tough time.
Oh, you don't know, Skipper. That woman. She thinks all men are the same kind of man as her kind of woman. If you know what I mean.
I think I do, and it reminds me of a friend of mine on Motamachi Street in Kobe. We'll have to look her up.
Oh, no, not me. A glass of rice beer is as far as I go into Kobe. Drink, Skipper?
Yeah. Hey, what's this? There's lipstick on this bottle.
Sure. What do you think she was? A savage? Lipstick never hurt you, did it? Go on. Have a drink, Skipper.
After you, mate. After you. Log entry. Catch Scarlet Queen, 5:30 p.m. Miles traveled, 6,215. Mainsail and mizzen reefed. Ship secure for night. Signed, Philip Carney, Master.
The Voyage of the Scarlet Queen has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Log entry, the Catch Scarlet Queen. Position, 33 degrees 14 minutes west, 32 degrees 6 minutes north. Gyro compass course 257. Wind fresh, sky fair. Remarks, departed Kobe, Japan with 3 crew confined to sick bay. due to mutinous actions of first officer. Reason for mutiny, the Boston Geisha in Chesapeake Bay. It was mid-afternoon when the Scarlet Queen stood into the broad harbor of Kobe. Last time I'd been there, it had been teeming with merchantmen and busy with lighters wallowing between anchored ships in the crowded docks. That was before the war. Now there was only a scattering of native craft flying in and out, a few American liberties and victories, and the rusted hulls of sunken Japanese freighters breaking through the dirty water. The industrial section of the city behind had been firebombed into a skeleton of lonely chimneys and portions of single walls. I cleared in through Army occupation officials, and we found dockage at a half-collapsed pier that somehow gave you a sense of the apathy of the whole nation to which it was connected.
Single up, all in!
After night fell, my chief mate Gallagher and the rest of the crew, except one sad-eyed gangway watch, headed up a path through the ruined warehouses toward town. I settled down in my cabin. The night was stuffy and hot, and the whole picture was helped by the sampan that splashed her anchor on my windward. The faint breeze sweeping across her came to me full of the stink of rotting fish, rancid soybean sauce, and souring rice. A couple of hours went by, and I heard the clatter of feet across our gangway. I had my head out of the cabin door just as three of my crew stumbled aboard. They weren't drunk, they were hurt. Their clothes were ragged and their faces were torn and bleeding. I called one of them over.
Yes, sir.
What the devil happened, Nielsen? You guys pick a sumo wrestler or something?
It was the chief, sir.
Gallagher, where is he?
He's at the Rose Bar. He's roaring, sir. He's off his nut.
How did it start?
I don't know. Three of us were at the bar, and the chief come in from someplace and just started in on us like he was off his nut. But he could drink better than that, sir.
I'm sorry, Nielsen.
I've been tangled up before, but the guffey had to give us along with it. Says Captain Carney can look for a new chief mate. He ain't going any farther.
He what?
That's right, sir. Says he's jumping ship here in Kobe, of all places.
I shouldn't have left the ship, but I knew what Nielsen meant. Kobe's no place to be in Gallagher's condition. In my log, Kobe was about number 3 in the tough ports of the world.
And so Mutual continues The Voyage of the Scarlet Queen, written by Gil Dowd and Bob Tallman, and starring Elliott Lewis. The Scarlet Queen, proudest ship to plow the seas, bound for uncharted adventure. Every week a complete entry in the log, and every week a league further in the strange voyage of the Scarlet Queen.
I left instructions with my gangway watch, dropped Nielsen and the other two at an Army first aid station for some stitches and anti-tetanus shots, and headed for the Rose Bar myself. I shouldn't have gone. I was under contract to a Shanghai firm called Kang & Son, and their contact here in Kobe was to meet me on the ship, to supply me with more instructions for my voyage after a $10 million prize somewhere in the South Pacific. So far on the trip, wherever there had been Kang men, there had also been others working for Constantino and bribing, stealing, and murdering to stop the voyage of the Scarlet Queen. This sticky Japanese night held a lot of potential. I fought my way along Kobe's streets crowded with smells, sounds, and humanity. I elbowed past street urchins, beggars, professional riffraff, finally found the garish front of the Rose Bar a block or so down from Motomachi Street. Gallagher wasn't in sight. The squat bartender grinned at me when I walked up to him, put a greasy glass in front of him.
Hello, Yang. What do you drink?
Nothing. I look for man, big red hair. He fights 3 other men here. You see him?
Hi, sure. Oh, yes. I see him all right.
You know where he is?
Oh, yes, I know.
Where is he?
Why you want him?
He's my chief mate, and I want him to go back to the ship.
Oh, yes, very good. All things very high now in Japan. Inflation.
Okay, how much?
All things very high. Chief mate cost $100 max.
Yeah, you're a real comedian, Charlie. I'll give you 10.
Oh, no. I give you 10. You give me 90.
10. He's a low-type chief mate.
Oh, then why you want to find him, huh?
I'll see you later, Charlie. You're too funny for me.
Oh, those please, wait a minute, Yank. Make me an offer.
I thought that's what we were talking about. I said 10, didn't I? $10 max.
Oh, wait more. Rec 20.
10 now and 10 if he's where you say he is. Here.
Arigato gozaimasu. Go upstairs in the back. First room on that side. If he throw you down, I still get my other 10.
The stairway led to the dim, whispering second floor of the building. I knocked on the first door to the right. I heard another door close softly inside the room someplace. Then I knocked again. There was no answer, so I went in. Gallagher sat slouched at a table that held 2 glasses and a half-emptied bottle.
What do you want?
You're pinning on a pretty good one, aren't you, Red? Come on, it's time you went back to the ship.
Get out of here, Connie. I'm not going with you.
Yeah. Well, we'll talk it over in the morning after you slip this off.
I don't like the food. I don't like the work. I don't like you. I don't like the whole stinking thing.
Come on, Red.
Get out of here, Connie. You're a brain you with a bottle.
Quit acting like a teenage punk, Gallagher.
You don't believe me? Get out of here.
Get on your feet, you rumhound.
Let go of me. I'm telling you, Connie, let go or I'll toss you out of the window.
All right, Red. All right, now get up. We're going back to the ship.
I'm not going with you. Staying here.
You're full of rotten liquor, Red.
I'm fed up with you. I'll show you how fed up I am.
Take it easy, Red. That's enough.
I haven't even started.
All right, Gallagher. Sleep it off here, then.
That's the idea, Connie.
And the Queen sails at dawn. With you aboard or without you. I started back to the ship trying to figure this thing out. There were 2 things wrong in the Rose Bar, outside of Charlie the bartender. Gallagher's eyes didn't look as drunk as he acted, and he could hit harder than he hit me. But from there on, it was his story, and I couldn't see any payoff coming from our knocking each other around that room for the rest of the night. I stumbled down the path toward the warehouses and onto our collapsing pier. I picked up the friendly sound of water stroking the sides of the wooden hull. The lights of the Queen gave me a feeling of warmth after the trouble and the subdued uneasiness of the Colby night. I felt like I was coming home as I walked up to her. Then I stopped. Part of coming home was seeing the gangway watch standing at the after starboard corner of the main house and ready with a smile as I came aboard. But he wasn't there. I started running. I was in the middle of the gangway when I heard the shots. By instinct, I went into a crouch and hugged the planking. The first set of footsteps came fast. He jumped from the rail to the quayside faster than I could draw and aim my automatic. 2 slugs were all I wasted in the darkness. I had to see what he'd left aboard. Part of it was in sight when I looked up. A man in a white jacket with 1 red sleeve staggered out of my cabin.
Pardon the informality, Skipper. You are Connie, aren't you?
Yeah, who are you?
I'm Chalmers. That mean anything to you?
That depends on the story that goes with it. Here, come on in. I'll take a look at that arm.
No, wait. Don't go in there. I don't know how dead he is.
Who?
There were 2 of them. Stopped one in there, but the other one...
Well, twist a handkerchief around it. What's the matter with you? Look at that deck.
Pardon me if I bleed to death.
Forget it. You know who he is?
Yeah. His name is McAllister.
Mm-hmm. Here, let me see that arm. All right, hold. Who does he work for?
You're brighter than that, Connie. How do you think he picked me?
Constantino? Don't answer that. All right, hold still, will you? 25 caliber. Scorched your coat. Where were you?
Told you there were 2 of them. I was after the one who grabbed my briefcase.
You brought it in a briefcase? That's great. Why didn't you wear a Chinese flag?
Hey, look, don't tell Kang how it happened. I've been trying to save up enough to get back to the States. I'll never get another job out here if this gets back to Kang.
At this rate, I'll never get to Kang. What were the instructions, do you know?
Instructions? I don't know. They gave me a package wrapped in oilskin. I just threw it
in your briefcase. Yeah. Here, use your good arm. Hold this light on him. I'm going to frisk him. McAllister, that checks.
Yeah, I've seen him around.
3 yen, 15 sen. The key ring.
Yeah, maybe those keys will lead us somewhere.
We're already there.
Huh?
This one unlocks my cabin. This one's the food stores, paint stores, sail locker, bosun's chest.
I don't get it. Those are your keys?
No, but I got a set just like them. I had these made for my first officer, Mr. Gallagher. After that key ring hit me, I tore into that stiff like a grave robber. I ripped out his pockets, coat lining, shoes, trying to find something to follow. The only thing with an address on it was a folded-up square of rice paper printed in English block letters. It said, "The new Chicago Palace of Joyful Dancing. Your welcome management, Madame Tallulah Nashimoto. Home cooking." The new Chicago Palace of Joyful Dancing was a sagging, bomb-scorched frame and paper building on Mutamachi Street. The front of the building was draped in red, white, and blue bunting, and under a star-spangled, slant-eyed imperial likeness of General MacArthur was a sign that said, "Pleased to come in and dance with beautiful democratic geisha, Mr. Yank, to music of Leroy Suzuki and his hot jumpers." Below that, with fewer words but more meaning, was another sign. "Out of bounds to military personnel." At the door, a blast of stale air hit us, thickening with rice beer, sake, poisonous whiskey, and cheap perfume. A square-built, porcelain-faced Nipponese doll who might have looked attractive in native hairdress and kimono had put on a cheap Western-style rayon dress and crimped her hair into a bad permanent wave to entertain the conquerors with a song she was never born to sing. Chalmers and I were supplied with a marble-top table and 2 giggling geishas.
You've got me saying you don't come with me. I am Rose. People have with me. I am Reno Mama. What do you do? You are son of me. You are Mr. Yankee.
In spite of the brilliant conversation, I found time to look the joint over for a face that looked intelligent enough to answer some of my questions. None of them, slant-eyed or straight, even looked sober. Then behind a portiere of eucalyptus beads that partitioned off the bar, I caught a glimpse of what I was looking for. She was at least 2 heads taller than any other Japanese girl in the place. The way she fit her Western clothes, you could tell she hadn't suffered from any vitamin deficiencies as a child. I guessed that this was the welcome management, Madame Tallulah Nashimoto. I left Chalmers in the clutches of Rose Blossom and Red Hot Mama and went into the bar.
Hello, Mr. Yank. Are they treating you right?
I not come to dance. I come look for man, friend, other man named McAllister.
You can stop the phony pigeon talk. I'm a Boston girl myself.
Yeah. I should have known you didn't get this way in Skiaki.
You like it?
Well, enough to pity the poor GIs it's out of bounds for.
We got a back door.
What's the password? Constantino?
I wouldn't know. What does that mean in Japanese?
In English, it means a dead man on my ship.
Why are you telling me this?
Because he had an ad from this place in his wallet. Is that good enough?
And now you are disturbed again. You are so often confused between friend and enemy. Do you agree? San Francisco and Honolulu?
What are you giving me, San Francisco and Honolulu?
Your chief mate. In those places, he was not the dishonest one you thought him to be, and here in Kobe at the Rose Bar, he was not as drunk as you thought.
I know that, but I don't know why.
You will. I think you'd better explain it himself.
You're telling me he's here?
I'll tell you nothing. I only ask you to look. Come.
Uh-huh. What brought him here?
There are men who hang around here to do all kinds of little things for a few yens. One of them was named Chalmers.
Chalmers?
Yes. I recommended him for the job.
Why?
He was tired living, and I wanted to help him out.
Kind of missed on that one, didn't you?
Not at all. The dead man on your boat. That is Chalmers. The man who killed him. The man who brought you here.
Don't tell me. He's McAllister, a Constantino man, and I let him pull a switch on me.
You see? I told you were confused between friend and enemy.
Yeah. I'm still confused about you.
You won't be. This is the room.
Mm-hmm.
Come on in, Connie.
McAllister!
Don't put on the surprise act, Tallulah. I halfway expected this.
Thanks for the lift, Tallulah. You give good service in this joint.
Don't thank me. Thank Mr. Gallagher.
Think nothing of it.
But it's going to cost you, Mac. You pay as you go out. I'll be waiting in the bar.
All right, boys, put him in the chair. Tie him tighter. He's not going to talk with his hands. I guess we're ready to get down to business, Connie.
Watch his eyes, Mac. You want him to be able to see that thing, don't you?
I can see. I'm seeing plenty.
We'll get it down to dollars and cents, Connie, so you can talk, huh? I got the stuff from Kang, and now you're going to tell me what it means, huh?
I am, huh?
Well, you better tell him, Skipper. It won't cost you much.
Sure, I can believe that.
I hope you can, Connie. You will start out with the map. Now look at it.
Go on, look at it, Skipper. You got nothing to lose.
What's funny? What is it?
Looks like a lousy chart of a body of water between the peninsula and the mainland, doesn't it?
I know that. Where is it?
There's no position on the thing. No latitude or longitude.
Don't be smart, Connie. You know where it is. Come on.
Okay, put down the club, McAllister. You can have it. And I hope you get a lot of good out of it. That's a chart of Chesapeake Bay.
Why, you...
I knew you'd like it. It looks like it was traced out of a Rand McNally atlas, if that'll help.
Leave him alone, McAllister. It's not his fault that Kang has a sense of humor.
All right, Gallagher. You put the finger on Chalmers. You knew where he was going, when he'd arrive.
Yeah, but I didn't know the map was phony.
But you knew where Chalmers came from, didn't you?
Yeah.
That's where we're going, then. Where is it?
Between here and Osaka, about 20 miles out. You got a car?
I can get one. Woods?
Yeah.
You stay here with Connie. Leave him in the chair the way he is, but stay here till we get back, okay?
Yeah. Okay, man.
Goodbye, Skipper. We might have made quite a team if we'd been born on the same side of the dollar sign, huh?
Why, you...
Let's go, Gallagher. We'll talk about that later.
I sat there, lashed to the straight-back chair, and watched Woods for a half an hour, waiting for a glimmer of something beside gunman to show through his eyes. But he didn't have it. The cords around my wrist started to dig in as the circulation was cut. My arms began to swell. I tried to cover up the pain with thoughts, but they didn't help because I couldn't skirt the fact that I'd been suckered in by McAllister with a simple switch of identities. And the rest of it didn't make sense. Especially that pencil chart of Chesapeake Bay. I finally got around to asking Woods for a drink of water. When he refused, I shut up. Spent another 20 minutes watching the moths wisping in to die in the flame of an oil lamp. I didn't hear the door as it was cracked open, but Woods did. He was on his feet with a belly gun cupped in his hand. Then all the fight went out of him. I didn't blame him. A new kimono walked in, wrapped very neatly around welcome management.
Am I intruding?
Depends on what you want, Tallulah.
I brought you a drink and a phone message.
Oh,
Max says everything is under control, but to stay here till he gets back.
good. Thanks for the drink.
I hope you like it. Got ginseng in it.
I don't know whether I like it or not with me so busy.
Just stay where he is. Enjoy your drink.
Hey, works fast. Or is it that kimono?
Take your choice.
The drink's gone.
Well?
Come here.
That was the first time I'd ever watched a Boston geisha work. The girls on Beacon Hill should have picked up a few pointers while she was there. In 20 seconds, he'd melted from tough gunman. 2 sighs and a murmur after that, he'd forgotten I was in the room. By the time she finished with him, he didn't know he was there either. He still had a slightly surprised look on his face, but something new had been added. It was made of ivory and had fancy carving on it. It was a knife hilt jutting out at an angle from just over his heart.
What's the matter, Captain Carney? Don't you enjoy the new Chicago Palace of Joyful Dancing?
After that performance, sister, I got nothing but respect.
Was good, wasn't it? Hold still, I'll untie you.
Maybe sometime in a letter or something to tell me what the devil's going on.
There. You move them?
You did hear me, didn't you?
I'm glad all the Yanks aren't like you. There's no time for anything but business.
My hands hurt. But I can listen.
I noticed that about you. There's nothing to worry about anymore.
You brought me here, didn't you?
And I got you out of it.
Yeah, that's a good part of the way, but McAllister and the others are headed for what I need.
Instructions from Kang? No, they aren't.
We heard different stories then.
There are many different stories in Kobe.
Shall I hear your version?
I think you'd like it. I think it would make you feel better.
From here I could stand that.
Your information from Kang is in good hands.
Whose?
Your chief mate, Gallagher's.
You're calling that good?
Yes, I am. You are still confused between friend and enemy.
What's your payoff in this deal?
I don't need a payoff. Kang and Son pay me very good salary.
You're my Kang contact here in Kobe?
What did you expect? A pot-bellied office worker?
Well,
You don't believe me. Really, I don't blame you. After what has happened. Let me explain.
Huh?
I was to meet you on your ship.
That's right.
But with McAllister and the others of Constantino, I could not move.
So?
So with a messenger, I contacted Gallagher when he came ashore tonight.
Oh.
Chalmers was my idea. But your Gallagher was the genius who drew the map of Chesapeake Bay.
What?
Which they so cleverly stole from Chalmers on the Scarlet Queen.
Yeah. Where's Gallagher now?
Out wasting enough time so that I could make fatal love to Mr. Wood.
You know, I'll believe all this when I wake up on the Scarlet Queen tomorrow morning well into the inland sea.
Do you think it's a dream?
I think it's a nightmare.
To wake up, you will wait in your chair with your arms behind like before. Only here. This time, you have Mr. Wood's gun in your hand.
And the last conversation I had with Tallulah Nashimoto was in regard to the safety catch on the .25 caliber Sambu automatic. We tugged Wood's body out of sight. And she left as quietly as she'd entered. I sat there, more comfortable this time with my finger curled over a trigger. And I waited.
All right, Connie, you were smart. Now let's talk sense about that shot, shall we?
I don't know, Mac. Things have changed in Chesapeake Bay.
What do you mean? Hey, where's Woods?
Hey, Red, watch him!
Skipper!
Gallagher come in last. He slugged the man behind McAllister when I shouted, and I brought my Sambu forward and got to my feet. McAllister made it to the door and out toward the entrance. I sent 3 shots after him. I wasn't sure of my aim in the dimness, but I thought I heard a body crash down the stairs. I went back into the room in time to see Gallagher pick up the other guy for the last time.
Well, Skipper, are you proud of me?
Proud of you? What for? Putting on that drunk act? For beating up 3 of my crewmen? For sending that poor Chalmers jerk to be a pigeon on the Queen? For planting your keys on him so I'd follow them into this trap?
I had to give him those keys so he could get into the cabin.
And what's it got us? A bunch of busted heads. And another black mark against Americans in a foreign port.
Oh, stop it, Skipper.
And for what?
Are you nuts? Here's what. Our sailing order's out of here. Here. Your instructions from Kang.
You mean you've been carrying these things around your hip pocket all night? That's another thing, the risks you take. And listen, I'm not forgetting you hit me. According to maritime law, that's mutiny. By dawn the next morning, Kang's instructions were safely memorized. And the Scarlet Queen left her collapsing berth and headed toward the clean sea outside the rubble-filled harbor.
Stand by! Make sail!
I swung the bows to starboard and we headed into the inland sea that splits the island group that is Japan. A good breeze swept up across Shikoku on our port. I cut the motors.
With starboard sheet! Make sail!
The main sheet climbed skyward, cupped the wind, swelled out with it.
To the ship sheet, men!
The jib snapped out. The mizzen filled. Scarlet Queen heeled over, filled with life and movement again.
How's the rig, Skipper? Enough canvas?
We got the narrows to do. We'll see how she moves with jib and mizzen.
Just so we get through them into someplace else. I didn't like those people.
Listen, Red. Speaking of people, I was going to ask you about that second glass on the table at the Rose Bar.
Oh, that?
Yeah.
You said you had a friend on Motomachi Street, didn't you? Well, you weren't ashore.
All right. In Jinsen, you stay aboard. I'll go ashore.
Yeah, I guess that's even Steven. Drink, Skipper.
After you, mate. After you. Log entry, catch Scarlet Queen, 5:30 p.m. Miles traveled, 5,591. Wind, brisk. Sky hazy. Sea smooth with high cross swell. Mainsail and mizzen reefed. Ship secured for night. Signed, Philip Carney, Master.
Mutual invites you to sail into further adventure on the Voyage of the Scarlet Queen next week at the same time. Porto call, Jinsen, Korea. The Voyage of the Scarlet Queen stars Elliot Lewis as Phil Carney with Ed Max as Gallagher. Bob Bruce was heard as McAllister, Jack Crucian was Charlie the bartender, Nielsen was Frank Gerstle, and Madame Tallulah was played by Virginia Gregg. Music scored and conducted by Richard Aurandt. The Scarlet Queen, a Command Radio production directed by James Burton, is written by Gil Dowd and Bob Tallman. Charles Arlington speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Log entry, the catch Scarlet Queen, Philip Carney, Master. Position, 123 degrees west, 38 degrees 17 minutes north. Gyro compass course, 327. Wind fresh, sky fair. Remarks, proceeding from Jinsen, Korea to Tientsin, China with dead man aboard. Reason for death, the Lily and the Chimolpo Bar. It was a fair trip and a fast one through the inland sea, then south through the channel of Tsushima-Kaikyo and into the long rolling swells of the East China Sea. The Scarlet Queen was north of the trades now, and she reached around the tip of the Korean peninsula with the spanking passage wind abeam and swung her bows into the Yellow Sea.
He's out the quarter, man. He's off the main and mizzen. Smartly now.
The angle of the wind moved abaft, and we trimmed her for the run up the Korean coast. The next day, we docked in Jinsen Harbor. It was an unscheduled stop on the chartered voyage of the Scarlet Queen. No Kang contact to meet until we made Shanghai, and that meant no danger from Kang's rival, Constantino. But we did need the port to take care of some minor ship repairs that we didn't have time for in Kobe due to the Constantino trouble that developed around Kang's Boston Geisha and Chesapeake Bay. So Jinsen was one port where I thought I could look for some relaxation instead of someone sneaking up behind me. My chief mate, Gallagher, and the crew turned to on sail repairs, and I wandered up into the dusty city. The street was typically oriental, bustling with movement, most of it concerned with carrying a burden of some kind from one place to another. Horses, carts, trucks, rickshaws, men bent double from heavy loads on their shoulders. I was just passing under a hanging sign that advertised the Chimolpo Bar, drinks served with or without ice.
Oh, bless my soul. You there?
When a voluminous voice boomed out of the narrow doorway leading into the dim interior.
Yes, you. You think there's sparkle in my eyes for anyone else in sight?
It's a little sudden, isn't it?
Indeed it is. A strange new white man doesn't happen to me every day. One so beautiful as you, not even every year.
You're pretty charming yourself.
Well, well. Come in, won't you? I'd come out after you if I went so broad across the... Now you can see for yourself. I have to ease out of this doorway sideways. And, well, you can see for yourself.
Her profile, matched against the narrow opening, left no need for words.
Don't let it scare you, dearie. Come on in. There's opportunity for a man like you in the Chimolpo Bar.
And so Mutual continues The Voyage of the Scarlet Queen, written by Gil Dowd and Bob Tallman, and starring Elliott Lewis. The Scarlet Queen, proudest ship to plow the seas, bound for uncharted adventure. Every week a complete entry in the log, and every week a league further in the strange Voyage of the Scarlet Queen.
Her name was Lily Swain, and she went a long way toward filling the emptiness of the Chimolpo Bar. The hair she fluffed up as I followed her in was a red wig. Her broad face held a few traces of earlier, thinner beauty, and they were exaggerated by heavy makeup. She was about shoulder high. Her arms were solid from wrist to elbow with bracelets, and the sags of her throat were held in by an inch and a half of jeweled choker.
Hi, you.
Yes, Missy, you want it?
We have 3 guests. You mix drinks chop while you still one piecey boy.
Yes, Missy.
There now. Sit down and tell Lily all about yourself. A seaman from your clothes. A big one. My.
Captain Phil Carney, San Francisco.
You don't say. Did you bring any American magazines?
No, I didn't.
Any newspapers, phonograph records?
No.
All the way out here from the States and you didn't bring anything American? Of course, 25 years ago, I wouldn't have asked for all these inanimate things. You'd be enough. Oh, there now, don't be embarrassed. Hey, you go catchy hold Miss Ellis. You tell a big piecey man out here.
Oh, yes, Missy. Oh, a big piecey man, all right. Catchy Missy Alice, all right.
What did you say you were doing in Shenzhen?
I didn't say.
How can you be so mysterious with such a wide-open, friendly face? Unbend, Phil. I won't sit on your lap.
Well, I'm not doing anything here. I'm just passing through. From here, I'm going down the coast of China. From there, I'm going across the line into the shallow seas. Then maybe I'll come back.
Is that the way you make your living?
Well, I can't.
You have your own ship?
Lily, you're a nosy old busybody. Let's hear about you for a while, huh?
All right, so you don't want to talk about what you've done or what you're going to do.
Uh-huh.
I've met your kind before, in this prison and that one. Been married to a few.
Well, then you'd understand.
There are opportunities in Korea for a young man like you, if you've got the guts for it.
Well, meaning what?
Just for example, I know a certain party that would pay you $1,500 to get in a certain cargo from here to Shenzhen.
Huh? What is it, guns or narcotics?
Will that make any difference to you?
It might.
Well, it's neither. It's perfectly legitimate. I have a cargo of ginseng roots that'll bring $10,000 gold on the current Shenzhen market.
Huh?
You know the Chinese demand for the stuff. They think it's the one herb of all medicine herbs. Cure for everything from blood sickness to the opposite, whatever that is.
Uh-huh.
With inflation, I've seen $300 offered for less than 5 pounds of it. Right in this room. A few roots, no bigger than turnips.
Well, that sounds pretty good, Lily.
Ah, believe me, Phil, if you'd stick with the Lily, we'd work a fortune out of the Yellow Sea. Wait a minute now. I'll go get the papers.
Well, big piecey man is right.
Oh, Phil, this is my daughter Alice, Phil Carney.
Mm-hmm.
Captain Carney's going to take our cargo to Shenzhen. What do you think of that?
Looks all right to me.
I fill another drink, dearie. I'll go and get the papers ready for him to sign.
The same, darling?
Yeah. She was easy to say yes to. Rust-colored hair, green eyes under cultivated brows and long lashes, and a way of walking toward the bar that told as much of her background as you needed to know. But the expression she brought back with her told me she wanted to share it all.
How does it feel to be the most popular man in Ginseng, Phil?
Oh, well, unreal somehow, since the Chimopo bar is the only place I've been.
What did the Lily tell you?
That she had a cache of ginseng worth $10,000 on the Tientsin market.
But she didn't tell you where she got it.
I didn't ask her.
Oh. That gives me the line I wanted on your character. I like it. I think we could be very close friends.
I think that would be very nice.
Then we're agreed. But, Phil, you'll have to be careful of her. She lies.
What are you giving me? She's told the truth so far, hasn't she?
She knew your ship was in the harbor as soon as you did, for one thing. And she introduced me as her daughter, but I'm not.
So? What'd that get her?
Nothing like the hearty mother, sexy daughter act to pull a normal guy around. We've done it before, but I'm fed up. Look, Phil, she's a lot more desperate than she admits. She stole that ginseng from some native planters inland. They're on a trail. She's got to get it out of here before they find it.
You think I shouldn't load it then?
Oh, sure, Phil. But you're crazy if you do it for $1,500. You could have another 1,000 without even half trying. She won't trust a native ship. She's desperate, I tell you.
Caillou, another drink for Captain Connie and one for me.
Don't even hint at what I said, but hold out for that extra grand and see what happens.
Run along now, Alice. It's time for business again. Here are the papers to sign.
Maybe I'll see you later, Captain.
Oh, thank you.
Lily, my darling, there's already one drink here, and you promised...
Stop sniveling. I'll think it over. Bill, this is Ray.
Hello, Ray.
Raymond Fleming Culbertson, sir.
He's my partner in this place. 90% of my work is keeping him away from
Now,
the bar.
Lily, that is not the truth. I've had not one single drink since the 4th of July, and you promised that I could have another one today.
He can't drink. He falls down on one, can't get up without another, falls down
Prevail
on
upon us, sir. Perhaps I could just have one on the table to look at until after we transact our brief business here. Just to look at.
Well, that isn't so good, Ray, because I don't think we're going to transact any business.
I beg your pardon. Then by all means, I do need a drink.
You're teasing me, Phil, aren't you?
I don't like it, Lily. This should be a simple business deal, but everybody's too anxious to talk me into it. It makes me think I've got you over a barrel. That I'm more important than I realize. I might listen for an extra 1,000.
Did you hear that, my pet? His words hang heavy. I do need that drink.
Drop it. It's a hard bargain, Phil, but you're all right. You do have me over a barrel. I'll give you the extra 1,000 if you'll swear that there'll be no more bargaining or questions. Come on now, be a good boy.
You be a good girl with agreement signed by both of us, and there'll be only one more thing. I just want to see the cargo to be sure it's ginseng.
Ah, Phil. I'd even be satisfied if you were 25 years older. What a team we'd make. Come on, I'll show you the stuff.
She led me down some earth steps to a dank cellar under the rear of the building. We pulled the top few layers off of what looked like a pile of lumber and uncovered a stack of rough hemp bags about the size of cement sacks. I pulled a few of them out at random and opened them. It was ginseng, all right. And it looked like an easy deal for $2,500. I shook Lily's hand, we went upstairs and signed the agreements, and I went back to the ship. About 3 hours after dark, a crew of natives arrived with the cargo and it started coming aboard. An hour later, we were making last-minute preparations for leaving. Gallagher was below digging out some charts, and I was on the deck watching two crewmen make ready to hoist the gangway aboard when I heard the footsteps coming down the pier.
Phil! Captain Connie!
Leave the gangway, boys. I'm coming ashore.
Phil, they found her. They came after the Lily. Oh, it's so horrible.
Is she dead?
Yes. Poor Pao Yu, they killed him, too.
How about Ray?
I don't know. I heard the Lily scream out in front, and when I went out, I found her and Pao Yu. Ray wasn't there. The only place I could think of to come was here. What are you going to do?
With the hottest cargo in ginseng aboard, I'd like to dump it and leave.
You don't mean it. They'll kill me, too.
What's up, Skipper? Who's the ram?
Trouble. This is Alice. I'm sending her aboard. Break out enough rifles to arm the crew and stand by. I got to go up into town for a little while. Chimopo bar was as quiet as a tomb when I slipped in through a side entrance. I eased as quietly as I could through the hall and into the main room. There's something about dead fat people that makes them look deader than any other variety. Lily Swain slumped at a table with her red wig cocked over one ear, her bracelet-heavy arms hanging stiffly down at her side. How Yu was spilled across the teakwood bar as if he'd been coming over it to save her when a bullet stopped him. I started back towards the living quarters, gingerly giving the rooms a once-over. In the third one, I found him, sprawled on a rumpled canvas cot. He wasn't dead, but the bottle on the floor beside him was. I scooped him up, threw him across my shoulder, and headed back toward the ship.
All right, Skipper, you got him aboard. Now what?
Please, Phil. You'll still get your $2,500. Ray and I own the ginseng now that the Lily's dead. We'll see that you get it. They'll kill us if you leave us here. Why should this change things for you?
I guess we've waited long enough. 11:30. Break out the crew, Red. Stand by to cast off.
Right, Skipper.
I'll check tide and currents. Be up with you in a minute.
Phil, I don't know.
Go on over there and sit down, Gorgeous. We're going to work.
Hey, all watches, turn to.
Phil.
You can sleep when you get home.
I just want to tell you.
Stand by to cast off.
I'm going to make this worth your while. You'll see, Phil.
Okay.
Really, you will.
Okay, like I said, that could be nice, but this is no time for it. I'm supposed to keep this ship from running aground. To do that, I got to concentrate. Now, go on. Get over there and sit down.
All right, Phil.
And wait here till I get back.
Fuller, stand by the breath line. Lake 'em out neat so we won't be on deck all night.
Hey, Chief, look. Out there on the water.
Keep your light on him.
What do you got, Red? What's up?
A native out there in the water.
Where?
You see him? Starboard aft. Maybe I shouldn't have nailed him, but he shouldn't have been swimming near the ship either. We better get out of here before his friends show up.
Yeah, cast off. I'll get the motor started.
Cast off all line. Let's go, men. Get him free. Get him free.
We crept away from the pier and went out into the cold blackness of the Jinsen harbor with only the binnacle light glowing dully near the wheel. It may have been coincidence, but the discovery of the Korean swimming near the Queen made me wonder if a pair of dark eyes and a pair of sharp ears weren't behind the fact that a Korean junk slipped into the stream on our stern. I caught the milky curl of her bow wave shining in the murk behind us, and she followed us as we headed out into the Yellow Sea.
I hope you don't mind if I make myself at home in your cabin.
No. You're quite becoming to the place. A woman's touch does it good once in a while.
You sound like we're far enough away from land for you to relax.
The closest is about 100 fathoms. Straight down.
Just before we left.
A native was in the water near the ship. What's the matter? He didn't get aboard.
Oh, nothing. Was that what he was trying to do? Was he swimming towards the ship?
I don't know. I don't know where he came from, but he didn't get where he was heading. What's the matter?
Nothing, Phil. Really. Could we have a drink?
Look, if you got anything on your mind, spill it, then we'll have the drink. There's a junk following us. Maybe the guy in the water was from her, and they're still after the ginseng. Is that what you're worried about?
Yes, Phil. I'm just still jittery, that's all.
Take it easy, then. We can outrun them to Tientsin.
I know you can, Phil. I told you I'm just kind of shaky from everything.
Well, maybe that drink will help.
Phil,
Hmm?
you know the cargo's stolen. You're still carrying it, aren't you?
What's that for?
Just remember that line I had on your character? I still like it. And I still think we could be close friends.
You're becoming that way, too.
Put the drinks down, Phil. We can have them later, can't we?
It's a tough, close reach from Jinsen to Tientsin, and I spent most of my time at the wheel while we struggled along close hauled, with the wind a little better than 4 points off our starboard bow on the direct course. It was a hard leg for crew and ship. Letting her off at intervals, then up again on a new tack, we'd covered our estimated distance by mid-afternoon the next day. We were bearing in on the peninsula of Shantung, some 200 miles northeast of Tientsin. The wind had shifted closer to our beam. We were easing off onto a more pleasant reach.
It's on the beam, men. Ease off the main and missing. Smartly now.
I swung the wheel to left, giving her a strong weather helm to meet the new drive of the wind. I felt the break in the tension of the wheel, then it spun uselessly.
Watch it, Skip. Up the main boom. She's jamming. Shorten sail.
Shorten sail! Furl everything, Gallagher! Bring him in! I got no helm! Furl!
In 2 minutes, the sails were crumpled on their booms. And the Scarlet Queen was motionless in the middle of the Yellow Sea.
What the devil happened, Skipper?
The rudder's gone. I didn't have hold of anything at the wheel.
What kind of a scow did I sign on? She picked the Yellow Sea to break up.
Save it, Red. She didn't break up by herself.
Yeah. I didn't shoot that native quick enough, did I?
That's what I'm thinking. The Queen's rudder wouldn't have gone without some help from a saw blade or something.
Yeah, and I guess taking on a hot cargo didn't help much, huh? No. To say nothing of that. Rudder, you can peck 'em. Cargoes and days.
All right, drop it, Red. Start thinking about that junk that follows us out. That fits, too.
Phil, what happened?
What is the meaning of this delay? We've paid our passage, haven't we? Haven't
Turn
we?
the men to rigging a jury rudder of some kind, Red. We'll make it gents in on the power.
Captain Carney, you accept a certain amount of responsibility when you accept the responsibility.
Yeah. To say nothing of trouble. Come on in the cabin.
Captain Carney, I demand to know how I came aboard this ship in the first place.
Oh, Ray, keep quiet, will you?
It's only a demand. I have a right to that.
I should have left you there, but I carried you aboard from the Chimopo bar.
Left me there, indeed. Where do you think you'd
Ray.
be?
He's drunk, Phil. Don't listen to him. He's out of his head.
But Alice,
like this.
my dear.
Ray, get out of here.
But Alice.
Get out on deck and get some air.
Alice, my dear, considering
Get out.
everything.
Come on,
Alice,
get out. Phil, darling.
Never mind. I'm busy again.
Phil.
Things are beginning to add up.
What do you mean?
You breaking up over that swimmer back in the harbor, and now the rudder goes. That's what he was doing, wasn't he? Wrecking the rudder? And that junk that followed us out, it did follow us, didn't it?
Yes, Phil.
Why? If it was only to get the gin send back, you wouldn't know about it. What else is there?
All right. Lily wanted to collect insurance on you.
Yes?
She wanted to load a cargo of any kind of roots. Then your rudder was to be wrecked, and then the junk was to board and sink you. And she would collect. Ray and I talked her out of it. So the real cargo of ginseng came aboard. But it was too late to change the orders about your rudder and sinking you. That's the truth, Phil. Really it is.
Yeah? I guess we'll wait and find out if it is or not. I didn't know how much of a story to take, but with the Queen wallowing like a crippled duck in the middle of the Yellow Sea, I couldn't find anything else to believe. It took 30 seconds underwater to prove part of it. My rudder stock had been cut and pried partly loose from the stern post. Whoever done the job was to be complimented. The hard weather helm I'd given it had been the final breaking touch, and it was going to take a ship repair yard before the Scarlet Queen would be herself again. The rest of her story turned into fact later that afternoon when the ugly high-stern junk hove into sight in the west and bore down on us from starboard. I sent Alice and Ray into the cabin, broke out the rifles, and stationed the crew along the port side under what cover the main house offered them. Then, with Gallagher covering me with a 30-30, I stood up. I waited while she made her turn into the wind, coasted to a stop about 20 feet away. A native with a rifle slung across his shoulder stood at her rail.
You need help. Throw me line. We come aboard.
Shove off, Charlie.
He's moving in on us, Skipper.
Yeah.
You need help. We come aboard.
Get underway. You're not coming aboard.
I got a bead on him, Skipper. Let me have him. It's just a question of who opens fire first.
We come aboard. All right.
There it comes.
All right, Red, take it. Choked up the doors and slumped out of sight. I dropped prone into the cockpit beside Gallagher and stayed there, pecking at every dark head that popped into sight. Then the opening flurry of shots stopped. Neither of the ships offering any targets. But their plans were working out. Ours weren't. The current was pushing the junk slowly closer to us, and they were saving everything for a frenzied rush to board us when she touched our side. We had to move somewhere to keep them away. I headed toward the motor controls near the wheel. I raised a spurt of shots from them, and a few slugs exploded slivers of wood around my head as I dropped to my belly again and pushed the starter with my hand. They figured out my move. Some dark crewmen jumped to meet us. Two of them dropped under our fire, but the others got the slatted sails trimmed, and the junk moved slowly forward. But even crippled, the Scarlet Queen could beat that maneuver. I slammed the control into full reverse, and we wallowed away in the opposite direction. We would have to come about in a complete circle to make our side again. And Gallagher and the crew were dropping every helmsman that climbed to her high stern to man their tiller. And the water distance between us slowly widened until she was out of range. I sent Gallagher to check on the crew, and I went into the cabin.
Phil. Oh, Phil.
Oh, wait a minute. What's the matter with Ray?
He's dead. I told him to stay far.
Yeah, never mind. I'll finish the story. So he got to his feet, went to the porthole, and stayed there until a stray shot nailed him.
Yeah, I told him.
Yeah, now I'll tell you the truth.
Phil, what do you mean?
What do you want to tell me?
I don't know what you mean.
Quit trying to be clever because you aren't. You're just rotten. Show me a bullet hole in the screen in that port he's lying under.
We could do that with a pencil, couldn't we?
Yeah, move him over under the other one. A slug came through there. You're awfully slow, gorgeous.
Phil, it would look all right on the record, wouldn't it? We were attacked by pirates and he was just killed, that's all.
And Lily, too. What'll we tell him about her?
Phil, you don't think
that you got Ray drunk and killed Lily and power you? No. Doesn't sound like you. Not for a lousy $10,000 worth of ginseng.
Phil, what's the difference? They were two wasted people. They were no good to anyone. Phil, if you'd help me, look what we'd have. We can share the money from the ginseng. $10,000, Phil. And our close friendship, darling. It could be good. Couldn't it, Phil? We're the same kind of people, darling.
I'll think it over, gorgeous. Go on over there and sit down. I'm too upset to kiss you now. In an hour, the Korean stranger had disappeared over the horizon. And with a few spars, a weighted hatch cover over the stern, and the backs of two crewmen leaning on makeshift tackle, I had a shaky control of the Scarlet Queen again, and we headed in on our course to Tientsin. We eased into an easy sailing position with the wind on our quarter, and I cut the motor.
Stand by to make sail!
We couldn't stand the pull of the mainsail with our jury rudder, so the men jumped to the mizzen halyard.
Stop it, chief! Make sail!
The mizzen boom, showing a few bullet scars, swung over my head as the sail caught the breeze and stretched full. The man on the port side jury tackle heaved in to meet the swing.
To the ship, chief! Men! Quietly now!
The ship ran up, balancing the push of the wind on bow and stern. Scarlet Queen heeled over slightly to starboard and impatiently wallowed forward. But at least she was underway.
Well, I guess we'll make it, Skipper.
But you wouldn't call it ideal.
Skipper, the crew wanted me to ask you what we were going to do with that stiff. Shall we toss him to the shark?
Not on your life. We're saving him to bargain with.
The dame?
Yeah. With him gone, her story'd be good to anyone.
But, Skipper, with both of them overboard and the cargo still here...
Yeah, then we'd tell the story and we'd sell the ginseng.
Yeah. It's quite a problem, Skipper, and a whale of a lot of money.
Uh-huh.
How do you figure I'm deciding?
Well, to turn her in for murder and take the cargo, or let her go and take half. Got a coin, Red?
Yeah. Here.
Tails, we turn her in and take the cargo. Heads, we let her go and take half. Okay?
Toss it.
Heads. Better make it 2 out of 3, don't you think, Red?
Yeah. I say flip it all the way from here to Tientsin. Just so it's fair to everybody and comes out all right.
You're a clear thinker, Red.
But the suspense has got me. Drink, Skipper?
After you, mate. After you. Log entry, catch Scarlet Queen, 5:30 p.m. Miles traveled, 6,873. Wind brisk, sky fair. Sea smooth with gentle roll. Ship secure for night. Signed, Philip Carney, Master.
The Voyage of the Scarlet Queen stars Elliot Lewis as Phil Carney with Ed Max as Gallagher. D.J. Thompson was heard as the Lily. Charles Steele played Ray. Jack Crucian was Pao Yu. And Alice was played by Mary Lansing. Music scored and directed by Richard Auron. The Scarlet Queen, a Command Radio production directed by James Burton, is written by Gil Dowd and Bob Tallman. Charles Arlington speaking.
Log entry, catch Scarlet Queen, Philip Carney, master. Position, 123 degrees, 12 minutes west, 38 degrees, 15 minutes north. Gyro compass course, 168. Wind fresh, sky fair. Remarks, departed Tientsin, China, 2:30 a.m. Sailing delayed 12 hours due to imprisonment of officers and crew. Reason for imprisonment, the White Cargo Act and Ah Sin. It was a few hours after a searing sunrise that I noticed the water over the side losing its clearness as it filled with the yellow mud of the Hun Ho River, sweeping out from the troubled valleys of Inner Mongolia. The Scarlet Queen limped into the current under power again, rudderless, bullet-scarred, and carrying in her hold $10,000 worth of ginseng roots, the cargo that had been the cause of all her wounds. I had my personal troubles, too, based on the same thing. 2 passengers. One wrapped in sailcloth, dead from a bullet through his brain. The other, the woman who'd killed him. As we passed over the bar at Taku and swung up the Hun Ho toward Tientsin, the stream was jammed from bank to bank with the traffic of Chinese rivers, junks, barges, and refuse. Curious dark eyes swept us as we passed. Naked girl babies were held up to us for sale. And jabbered curses were thrown when we shook our heads. And we inched up against the wash and flow of China. In spite of her slow, limping progress through the rabble of river craft, the Queen did her best to live up to her name. The scarlet figure under her bowsprit swung haughtily across the stern of the fish barge. A swell lifted her nose as she turned disdainfully away from it. But after she was secured to a dock, she seemed to lean wearily against the rope fenders we hung over the side for her. The crew was tired, too. The way I felt, that cargo of ginseng wasn't worth $10,000, pesos, or glass beads. All I wanted was to get rid of it, and everything that went with it, and sleep for about 72 hours. But that particular Tientsin day wasn't cut out for rest. A squad of Chinese military police marched around the corner of a building and was shouted to a halt on the dock. A stocky, bullet-headed Chinese colonel, dripping with gold braid, pounded up the gangway and came aboard.
You master of this ship?
Yeah, but I don't deserve the honor guard. What's it for?
You will speak only in answer to my question. You, your first officer, and your crew are under military arrest.
And so Mutual continues The Voyage of the Scarlet Queen, written by Gil Dowd and Bob Tallman, and starring Elliot Lewis. The Scarlet Queen, proudest ship to plow the seas, bound for uncharted adventure. Every week a complete entry in the log, and every week a league further in the strange voyage of the Scarlet Queen.
In 2 minutes flat, Chinese sentries were stationed at the wheel, the hawsers, and pacing the dock with rifles and fixed bayonets. 2 of them prodded Gallagher and me into the cabin. And the colonel, slapping the palm of his hand with a riding crop for emphasis, went to work on it.
Your registry.
The Scarlet Queen, San Francisco, California, USA.
Your destination.
Look, Colonel, what is all this?
Your destination.
No set destination. It's an island trading voyage.
Your cargo.
General trading cargo.
Your cargo.
Ginseng roots, number 2 hold.
I will see bill of lading.
Yeah. Here.
This paper no good. Signed by that woman.
You know the answers to all these questions. Why don't you come to the point?
You carry passenger?
Yeah, one.
Two. You leave just them with two.
When they're dead, they aren't passengers. They're cargo.
I will see dead one. Where is it?
Gallagher?
Huh?
Go get him. Bring him here.
Hey, wait a minute. I'm no morgue attendant. Let him carry his own stiff.
Go get him, Red.
Okay, Skipper. That's your order, huh?
Yeah, you fathead. That's my order. Get out of here. Shove off.
Where is woman passenger?
In the cabin across the companionway.
You will come.
Mm-hmm. She's in there.
Leave me alone.
What matter? She's sick? Fever?
Yeah, smallpox. You still want to go in?
You tell lie.
No, keep him away from me. Don't let him come near me.
What Alice was screaming was natural enough, but the rest wasn't. Her clothes were torn, her face was scratched. She was cowering in a corner, and the look of horror on her face was directed toward me. She dragged herself across the cabin floor like a second road company of white cargo and clutched imploringly at the colonel's free hand. Her act was so bad that it was funny, but the colonel had never seen white cargo.
Please, you're a good and kind man. You'll not let him hurt me anymore. He killed my husband. He stole everything we had in the world, our ginseng. Now he tortures me to sign a ransom note.
Very sad American woman.
Oh, yeah, very sad American woman. Saddest I ever saw.
You will not talk. Sit down to pick.
Okay, you've got the guns, but she's making a fool out of you. Are you a coolie? Does the woman rule your house?
Silent. Poor sad American lady, do not kneel before humble Chinese. You are strong enough to stand on feet, poor sad American lady?
Yes. Yes, you have given me courage. I lean on your splendid strength, my colonel.
I will gladly save life of poor sad American lady molested in my city by her unworthy countrymen. So forced to turn to a Chinese officer for chivalrous aid.
For as many years as I have before me, I will thank you 10,000 times each minute.
I am unworthy. One thank will be sufficient in this manner. You come to my headquarters. The summoning scribe of English language newspaper China tell Hall's sad story of chivalrous aid.
It is as nothing. You will gain the military promotion you so richly deserve. I have powerful friends in Nanking.
You have powerful cargo here, Tianjin. $10,000 for said American lady.
Your greed is as great as your chivalry.
It's matched only by your thanks. Very funny, sad lady. I laugh too, Captain Carney.
Yeah, how about laughing some of these guns off my ship?
Oh, no. I not laugh loud enough for that. I laugh because golden thanks of poor, sad American lady will buy many bowls of rice for empty bellies in my village. I laugh because cost so little. Only 2 lives. Yours, Captain Carney. Your first officer.
You make good sense up to a point, Colonel, but you're taking a pretty long chance executing a couple of American nationals.
We are only honoring requests from your own people in Korea to hold you for extradition because of dead woman in ginseng. You will be shot while trying to escape.
As the Colonel's bodyguards hustled my seaman and me across the gangway and into a Lend-Lease ambulance fitted out with bars, the storm broke over Tianjin. I took a long last look at the Queen as we pulled out. A sudden squall swept down the river and across her bow. She shivered a little, tugged at her moorings. No one has ever really been in jail until they've made the Chinese variety. Alcatraz is a Sunday school summer camp in comparison to Tianjin's. The place is sewerless, and the wind moving heavily in from the dumping ground near the river never let you forget it. I hoped my crew was faring better than I was. I was shoved into a cell that had been died in more than once, and left to examine what I could see of my future, which wasn't much. I was pinning all my hopes on one possibility, that Gallagher had caught my cue to shove off and had gone over the side into the river when he left the cabin. I finally gave up worrying about it and stretched out on a stinking, rat-chewed reed mat in the corner of my cell and fell asleep. I didn't know whether it was day or night, and I didn't care. Day or night, the place would smell the same. Then I heard the door at the end of the long corridor close. Something that sounded like a woman's footsteps. As they drew nearer, I heard the rustle of heavy silk. A strong odor of jasmine crept into my cell. As the key turned in the lock, I braced myself for Alice, probably playing the part of the dragon lady. The door swung open. The first thing that came in was a blast of perfume that lifted me to my feet. Then a small, flickering lantern held aloft by a delicately dimpled hand. The brocade-wrapped mountain of flesh behind it had a face with small, childlike features that were almost lost in the billowing fat that surrounded him. He looked Chinese, but he sounded like Charles Lawton.
Well, now that I've seen you, I don't wonder that she's half out of her mind.
Who are you, Stinky?
Yes, how true. I always put on an extra dash of scent when my business brings me into this foul penal institution, which is rather oftener than I would care to admit.
What are you, the little bail bond broker or something?
Among other things, yes. In this instance, as you see, I am carrying a lantern. Like Diogenes, I am looking for an honest man. And you know why?
Tell me anyway.
Because, quite frankly, sir, I myself am a most untrustworthy person. I advise you to remember that in our future dealings.
We do have dealings, is that right?
We do indeed, sir, but I suggest we discuss them in more pleasant surroundings. By the way, did I tell you my name? Sin. I believe it has quite another meaning in English. Shall we go, sir?
I followed him up the long corridor, reeling in the backwash of jasmine that swirled out in his wake. The door of the cell block swung open, and he trotted out through the jailer's office, nodding benevolently at the guard, who bowed from the waist and accepted the lantern from the dimpled hand. We jogged on out to the street without slackening pace. A mob of beggars raised a clamor as Arsene appeared. He pulled from his robe a huge silk purse hanging at his waist and reached into it. Still on the run, he fluttered his hands in and out of the purse, and a continuous shower of small brass coins fell into the street on either side of us. The crowd parted like the Red Sea. And I saw the finishing touch. A Rolls-Royce town car waited at the curb.
After you, sir.
Yeah, thanks. What am I supposed to do now? Ask you where we're going?
Well, my dear fellow, you are at liberty to go any place you like.
Well, then I'd like to get back to my ship.
Very well. If you can find it.
What do you mean? What happened to it?
I've had it moved.
Hey, wait a minute. Who told you you could move my ship?
Now, please, sir, don't excite yourself. Your ship is quite safe.
Yeah, I'll believe that when I'm on her decks and out of here.
You will be. One way or another.
Now you said something over that colonel's dead body. And maybe yours, too.
Well, we must all die sometime. But how appropriate that you should mention the colonel. He met with an unfortunate accident an hour ago. He fell down and cut his throat.
Outside Tientsin, the limousine turned away from the river and climbed into the hills. We rolled through the gates of a high-walled estate and stopped in front of a pink stucco Western-style mansion. Inside, we dog-trotted through a series of huge rooms and into a small chromium-fitted bar overlooking Arsen's terraced Chinese gardens and the city and the writhing Hun-Ho far below. I didn't waste any time on the view. Alice was sitting on one end of a couch, and sprawled out on the rest of it was a sandy-haired white man. He was cleaning a Frontier model Colt.
Well, I see you didn't have no trouble rounding him up, Arsene.
Phil, darling. Thank heaven you're all right.
Well, if it isn't the poor, sad American lady. Where'd you find her, Arsene?
I would say she's quite easy to find, wouldn't you? And this gentleman is my confidential secretary, Mr. Mangan.
Howdy, Captain.
Yeah, all right. We're all here. Let's have it, huh, Arsene?
Oh, yes, indeed. Alice, would you make your friend comfortable? Fetch him a Ricky splash?
Never mind the splash. Bring the bottle.
Well, sir, as you say, here it is. I am a merchant. I deal in a little bit of everything. A jack of all trades, you might say. Plantations in the islands, curling, trade in general. I find it worthwhile to keep tabs on my competitors. While doing so yesterday, I intercepted a cable addressed to Mr. Kang of Shanghai and signed by your chief officer, Mr. Gallagher.
You're quite an operator.
Thank you. To continue.
Please do.
I happen to know that Mr. Kang is a very penurious man. Since Mr. Gallagher demanded, not requested assistance from him, I assume that you are in a position to put him in the way of a rather handsome profit.
Huh?
I thereby took immediate steps to obtain your release from prison. I did not know then the true nature of your enterprise.
I don't get this.
You will. Because, you see, quite by coincidence, this lovely young lady approached my confidential secretary, and so impressed was he by what she had to tell him that he brought her directly to me.
Huh?
She advises us that the voyage of your Scarlet Queen is being financed by Kang and Company to recover a treasure of very considerable value.
Really?
What was the figure, Mangan?
$10 million. And you can take off that poker face, Connie. We ain't trying to horn in on you. Austin's got a real business proposition. You just listen at him.
Very concisely put, Mr. Mangan. To continue.
Yes.
I am also aware that a new syndicate, headed by a Portuguese gentleman, Mr. Constantino, is interested. I have contacted both Mr. Kang and Mr. Constantino and have received their replies. To wit, Mr. Kang offers $5,000 ransom for you and will reimburse me for the expenses involved of getting rid of that troublesome colonel. Mr. Constantino, on the other hand, has offered me $10,000 cash to release you into the custody of one of his agents. So, here you find me on the horns of a dilemma.
10,000 against 5,000. What are you waiting for?
Well, sir, there is still another possibility.
Huh?
If you and I were to go in together on a full partnership basis, I remind you, forgetting both Mr. Kang and Mr. Constantino. Well, Mr. Carney.
I'll make it easy for you, Austin. The answer's no.
Why?
Because there's something wrong with your story. Alice here never knew anything about the voyage of the Scarlet Queen until one of you told her.
Well, what about it, Mangan?
He's bluffing.
Yes, of course. Is that right, Mr. Carney?
I'm not bluffing.
Alice?
He's not being truthful. He made violent love to me on his ship. He told me everything.
He did, eh? Well, Mr. Carney, majority rules.
Don't rush him, Austin. He'll come around. Let him sleep on it.
Whatever you say, Mr. Mangan. The servant will show you to your room, Mr. Carney.
I followed the silent poker-faced boy out of the room and up to the second floor. He unlocked the door of the room and padded back down the hall without opening it, as if he was scared of something inside. I opened the door, saw what it was. The room looked like a typhoon had hit it. Every stick of furniture was broken, and the floor was strewn with fragments of crockery. In the middle of the mess, with a bedpost clutched in his hand like a club, stood my chief mate, Red Gallagher.
Oh, it's you, Skipper. I was expecting that hunk of perfume blubber that had me locked in here. How'd you find me?
I didn't find you, Red. I was brought here myself.
Did they tell you I was here?
No.
Well, they told me you were. That's why I came.
Well, I'm here now. That helps. What?
Yeah, I'm a lot of help. Now we're both locked. Go on. Break up some furniture, Skipper. It'll make you feel better. I was saving a couple of tables, but go ahead. You can have them.
I didn't get to the furniture-breaking stage for a couple of hours. Then Gallagher took one of the tables, and I took the other. Then we pulled the mattress out from under the pile of lumber in the middle of the room and stretched out on it. It was better than the Tien Sin jail, a lot better. I went right to sleep. When I woke up this time, I knew it was after dark. I could see stars through the window grill. But except for that, I might have been back on the reed mat in my jail cell. The footsteps were the same. As they came closer, the rustle of silk, the smell of perfume. This time I was ready for us, and behind the door was Gallagher's club.
No, don't.
Okay, calm down. I thought you were somebody else.
And you mean you aren't angry with me?
No, I mean I can't knock your brains out because you haven't got it.
Listen, my darling, I know a way out of here.
Yeah, and to what this time?
Please, you must believe me. I had to act the way I did. Don't you see how it's worked out?
Yeah, you're a great little politician, gorgeous. You stand on your record. You really do.
Look, I came here to sell the dim things so I could get you out of jail. But Mangan had this plan. He works for Constantino on the side, but Austin doesn't know it.
What?
He said if I'd tell that story about the treasure to Austin, he promised he'd get you out of jail. I don't know why it worked, but it did. Doesn't make any sense, does it?
It's the first thing I've heard you say that does make sense.
Darling, we haven't got much time. I found out where the Scarlet Queen is, and the repairs are all done.
Oh?
Austin smoked 3 pipes after dinner, so we won't have to worry about him. Mangan is out and won't be back until after midnight. And I've bribed the chauffeur to drive us into town. The car's waiting now. Where's Red?
He's asleep. Don't wake him.
I'm awake, Skipper. I've been listening to that yarn, too.
You believe her?
No, do you?
No, but it's a way out. Think we should take...
No.
Well, let's go.
Story's okay so far, Skipper.
Yeah, so far.
What do I have to do to convince you? I said I'd bring you to the Scarlet Queen, and there she is.
Yeah, with a light in her cabin. Come on, gorgeous. Introduce us to your friend.
No, wait. Phil, don't go in there. I don't know. I can't go through with it. Please.
Get out of the way, gorgeous. What are you pulling now?
Please, Phil, I mean it. Don't open that door.
Get away from me.
Phil! Phil, don't go!
Come right on in, boys. Meet my buddies. This here's Charlie Lee. The poor one over yonder's his brother.
Get the introduction.
Anything you say. Charlie, get a hold of Miss Alice here and throw over the side. Leave Chi here. Have yourself a chair, Captain.
Thanks. You're in my chair. I'll stand up.
There ain't nothing to that thinking better while you're on your feet. Take me. I've done some of my best shooting from an easy chair.
Yeah, women in the back.
Your mate looks like he's fixing to jump me. Better tell him to sit down.
Take it easy, Red. She took that slug for you, Skipper. She pushed you out of the way. You're going to stand here and take this. Let go, Red.
I figured you right, didn't I, Corny? I ain't nobody like a Yankee ship captain to put business first.
That's right, Mankin. What's your proposition?
Well, first thing, you're going to sit down and write a little old letter to Mr. King. You're going to tell him that you're signing on a new chief mate.
The berth is yours. I'm fed up with it.
Mind your manners. As I was saying, Captain, a new chief mate, and you're plumb fed up with the drunks in your crew, so you're fixing to sign on some nice, steady Chinese hands.
What for?
Well, I don't want to throw no surprise at that Mr. King when he comes aboard at Shanghai, do I?
What do you think he'll do? Kidnap him?
What's the matter with that? Ain't nobody understands ransom money like the Chinese folks. Time he gets through visiting old Mr. Constantino down south in Hong Kong, why, he might even talk.
Mr. Manger.
What's eating on you?
Charlie, he go out to turn levy. He not come back.
Well, you churnhead, go look.
Yes, Mr. Manger.
Well, Captain Corny, what you think about my little old scheme?
I think it's funny.
But shall we try it then, just for laughs? Why, me and you... Stay right where you at. Don't find nothing. You find out I got eyes in the back of my head.
Now, Skipper. Yeah, Red, let's go. Mangan stood sideways in the door, his attention divided. His eyes were on us about half the time, but I could tell he was listening for a noise out on deck. When he heard it, he automatically swung the gun away from us. We started a rush, but we never finished it. Mangan straightened up. The gun dropped from his hand, and he staggered back into the cabin. Spun slowly around, pitched forward on his face. As he went down, I saw what had happened. Like the colonel, he had met with an accident. He had fallen down and cut his throat.
Dear me, what's this? Another accident. Oh, I say, it's my secretary, Mr. Mank. Oh, poor chap.
Yeah, don't go all to pieces now.
Oh, I shall miss him, I really shall. He was so colorful.
Ah, Sin, you're an old scoundrel. What are you doing here?
Yes. But first, a word of caution. I have not come alone.
Oh, yeah, I sensed that from the way people have been dropping dead around here.
But Mangan bled such a lot, so untidy. And in your cabin, too. The debris. Take it out, out.
Okay, Stinky, it's your play again.
The game is over. I'm merely picking up my tricks.
What's the score?
I've had my losses, but, you know, I like you, Captain Connie, and you too, Mr. Gallagher, even though you did break up all the furniture in my guest bedroom. Irish Chippendale, very hard to replace.
Oh, forget it. I just lost my temper.
But you see, I have had my losses, and were I to emerge from these various dealings without a profit, I should lose face because I am a very successful merchant. If you could see your way clear, even $1,000...
Look, we're working men. We don't have $1,000 to spend on your face.
Well, then, any little token, some trading goods, perhaps.
I need everything I have. If you'd found us before that colonel did, we might have made a deal.
Ah, indeed. What do you mean?
Well, he confiscated the cargo ginseng.
And if you had it, you would be willing to hand it over to me as payment for your safe passage?
Brother, you could have it in wealth.
And those would have been your sentiments, too, Captain Carney?
Exactly.
Well, then, it's settled. Goodbye.
Hey, wait a minute. What's settled?
Oh, I thought you would understand since your ship has been here in my repair yard.
I understand less every minute.
Well, I had the ginseng put into my warehouse this afternoon, and since you've agreed that if you had it, you would gladly pay it for your clearance, I consider the matter closed. I've made my profit, my face is saved, and you may leave with my blessings as soon as I obtain the release of your crew from that wretched prison. But I will drench myself with jasmine, never fear.
In an hour, my crewmen were all aboard, smelling faintly of jasmine themselves. Without even waiting for dawn, we cast off from the dock and swung out into the sullen current of the Hun hull. The eastern sky had brightened slightly by the time we crossed the Taku Bar, and the tops of the swells were shining in the faint light as we moved out into the yellow sea. Then the sunrise and the first morning westerly came at the same time, and I cut the motor.
Taking us into
Shanghai.
That isn't what I mean. And you know it.
Expecting trouble, Red?
On this trip, how can you miss? Drink, skipper. A little early, but after you, mate. After you.
Entry, catch Scarlet Queen, 5:30 p.m. Miles traveled, 7,885. Wind brisk, sky fair. Sea cresting with high cross-swell. Mainsail and mizzen reefed. Ship secure for night. Signed, Philip Carney, Master. Log entry, the catch Scarlet Queen, Philip Carney, Master. Position 119 degrees 12 minutes east, 21 degrees 7 minutes north. Wind fresh, sky fair. Remarks, departed port of Swatow, China, 9 a.m. after a bout with Avila, the Portuguese. Reason for bout, the story of the 8 historic periods. Swatow, sprawled loosely out at the mouth of the River Han, 180 miles north of Hong Kong, is a city of great filth, of roads dusty or muddy according to the weather, of warehouses rich with pewterware and Chinese linen, of citizens poor with malnutrition and a variety of resultant diseases. And to us, a city of great menace after the affair in Shanghai's Street of Weeping Women. The Scarlet Queen knifed up against the sullen, muddy current. As I swung her into a narrow channel that forked off from the main river, I noticed an English-made sedan keeping pace with us on a road parallel to Strum. The Chinese characters on its side designated it as a local police car. I'd expected a reception, but not quite the kind we got after we docked and a smiling, uniformed figure left the car and scrambled aboard.
Which one is Philip Carney, a master of this excellent ship?
I am.
And you?
Gallagher, chief mate.
What's up, officer?
You have the admiration I cherish for those of great heroic action.
Knowing what this is all about will affect my reception and stay.
The newspapers in all the coastal cities of South China have paid you a most honorary tribute in 2 languages for your intelligent bravery in the safe rescue of Nan Hua, the beautiful daughter of the illustrious Ku Chi Kang, from the hands of lawless kidnappers. And Putso, also kindness in saving handsome parrot. Your great character make the efforts of your enemies as those of earthworm attacking cobra. I have spoken.
Yeah. Thanks very much, Charlie.
It is Swat House honor to give you gracious welcome.
Yeah.
It is order from highest office of humble Swat House police that you remain in protective custody.
Wait a minute.
In order that we may better fend from your admired persons the blows from any avenger.
Oh, well, we can take care of ourselves.
It is understood. But your humble officer is powerless under weight of order from high office. You will come.
Two more uniformed figures jumped out of the car at his shouted orders, and Nanhua, Gallagher, and I were hustled off the Queen and jammed into the rear seat of the sedan. A minute later, I asked our smiling officer a question. He was in the front seat. And when he turned around to answer it, he was holding an automatic on us. That's when the custody dropped any appearance of being protective.
And so Mutual continues The Voyage of the Scarlet Queen, written by Gil Dowd and Bob Tolman, and starring Elliott Lewis. The Scarlet Queen, proudest ship to plow the seas, bound for uncharted adventure. Every week a complete entry in the log, and every week a league further in the strange Voyage of the Scarlet Queen.
I didn't know whether the 3 men in the front seat were genuine Swatow cops or not when we left the harbor area. But as long as that automatic was staring me in the face, I figured it didn't make any difference. We skirted the business district and bumped along a dirt road that followed the riverbank. About 5 miles out of town, we pulled up in front of a lonely 2-story building that looked like it had once been an inn. Our guards pulled us out of the car, frisked us, and shoved us into the building. The room was fitted out with rickety furniture and 2 men. One of them was a heavy-set, swarthy Latin. The other was Nanhua's Shanghai kidnapper, Colonel Smythe Forrester.
Come in. I trust you all had a pleasant sail down from Shanghai. Oh, come now, don't be of faint heart. There are accommodations for all. Sit down. We'll have a chat.
I've heard you talk before. I didn't like it.
Oh, it's water under the bridge, Captain. Come, Nanhua, be seated.
I will stay here.
Oh, relax, Nanhua. Go ahead, sit down.
There you are, my dear. You may sit close under the protecting arm of your gallant captain. Mr. Gallagher?
I can find my own, you.
Now then, may I present one of my associates, Mr. Avila. Mr. Avila has journeyed up from Hong Kong.
I am most happy to be here.
All right, that makes us all great friends. It's a charming circle. What do we do with it?
Come off it, Captain. And now, Captain Carney, I can make known to you the splendid news that is the subject as well as the cause of this meeting. Nanhua, this should please you particularly. Your father is well and in no danger.
You lie. Where is my father?
Oh, I understand your natural inclination toward distrust, my dear. But hear me out.
Why don't you get off of your fancy language and say something?
Mr. Gallagher, please. The news is this, gentlemen. At this very moment, Mr. Kang and Mr. Constantino are together in Hong Kong, peaceably discussing the common problem, viz., the $10 million prize that has been the basis for the many discomfitures which have befallen all concerned. There now. Is that not a stunning bit of news?
I do not believe it. You are lying.
Well, then permit me to refer you to Mr. Avila, who has himself just brought me the information.
It is true. I saw the two together myself. They are making business together.
What's the deal?
It is somewhat the same as dividing the value of the treasure. If Mr. Kang will turn over $5 million, Senor Constantino agrees to return this young lady, Nanhua, to her father. And Senor Constantino will save the expense of following you, Captain Carney, over the other half of the world. And at the same time, well, there was always the chance we might lose. Now it is a good gamble from both of the sides.
You got a funny idea of gambling.
Yeah, I'll bet you're a real plunger in a game of stud.
Talk how you like.
Call it investment. Senor Constantino is paid $5 million, and he promises to forget all about the treasure.
You mean he leaves Kang and the Scarlet Queen alone from now on, huh?
Yeah, that is right.
And we're supposed to swallow this, huh?
I do not believe it.
My dear girl, I ask you only to contemplate your immediate situation. If there were not clear horizons ahead for us all, would we be gathered thus in such amicable discussion? Well, I dare say you all know Mr. Constantino's tendencies toward violence well enough to realize that we would not.
I still do not believe
I'll
you.
lay off, Nenor.
But, Phil...
You've said it enough. I think the Colonel gets the general idea. Drop it. Where do we go from here, Colonel?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, Captain, you and your company could return to your ship, but it is the expressed wish of both Mr. Kang and Mr. Constantino that, since they are together in Hong Kong, we remain together pending the completion of the negotiations. And rest assured, sir, Mr. Avila and I will make every effort to make it as pleasant as possible.
I'll be easy. Just show me to a room that's as far away from you as I can get.
Egad, sir, you're a brash one, aren't you?
He was a tough one to insult, but it made me feel better anyway. They had very definite ideas about what would make my stay pleasant. One was that I needed company. Not Gallagher, but beautiful Oriental company. Nanhua. Another was that I needed a room locked from the outside, but furnished for relaxation with just such company, including a bamboo bar stocked with an array of liquor perfectly suited for relaxing in just such a room with just such company. The only thing wrong with their ideas was that I had my own.
Phil.
Shut up.
You are angry with me, Phil?
I'm fed up. I'm fed up with you. Your father, this whole fouled-up mess.
Phil. Please, Phil, don't.
Why not? I'm probably being tossed into the pot along with that $5 million.
You don't believe that?
And why don't I? If I don't believe that, why do I believe any part of it? I've never seen anything. I've been living on words. Sounded great in San Francisco. $10 million. But in Squatow, I can't stomach it. It won't stay down. $10 million. I'll have to see it to believe it, and I haven't seen it.
Phil, please. The value is much greater than
Not
that.
from where I sit. Not from what I've been through to get where I am, locked into this hole with you.
Oh, I'm sorry,
So
Phil.
am I. When this one is finished, Tang and Son can find themselves another sailor. I don't like the way it's being played.
We did not make a mistake in you.
Well, then I did.
But what will we do, Phil?
That's up to you. I just know I've been slugged and shot at for the last time. I just know I'm through sailing after that phantom pile of junk.
That phantom pile of junk. Perhaps you should know what makes up that phantom pile of junk. That in it is the story of China.
That's fine. That's very pretty.
In it are relics passed down through the 8 historical periods. There are 2 ivory tablets from the Yin dynasty, which existed before the year 722 B.C. Upon them are carved the first and second of the sacred formulas.
Yeah, that's fine, too. Doesn't mean much to me, though.
There are chests of jewels from the courts of Zhao and Jin. There are great gold incense ends from the temples of Tang. There are treasures from every dynasty. Phil, what my father is attempting to recover for our country cannot be measured in terms of money or even in terms of life and death. Perhaps if you would stop thinking of it as merely $10 million.
I don't think of anything except that I'm fed up.
Then of course it is better that you do not go on with our...
I'll get you out of here and start to Hong Kong or Shanghai or any place you want to go, but that's all. You can find somebody else to dig up the story of China. Slugging her would have been easier for both of us than the sellout. But it was my idea, so I stuck with it. The hardest thing for me to take was her acceptance of it. The cool dignity that crept over her. And the inbred pride that, like the inn tablets with the sacred formulas, had been passed down through the 8 historical periods. But it worked. 2 silent, uncomfortable hours after dark, the door was opened slightly, and a familiar, smiling face looked in.
Oh, most admirable Captain Khan.
What do you want, laughing boy?
My desires are simple, but I am once more waited with order from high office. You will come.
How about the girl?
Cherished lady will remain in protective custody.
Rest easy, Nano. I'll see you later. What's up, laughing boy?
Fortune smiles upon you.
No?
Although the smile is hidden behind fan of kingfisher feathers for sake of delicate secrecy. With the stealth and silence of a hunting spider, you will follow me.
Where are we going?
On sudden regrouping of thoughts caused by mention of hunting spider, I will follow you. Please to quickly tiptoe rearward in the hallway.
I couldn't quite figure the stealth act, but the rest of it was right for a while. We slipped out of a rear door. Holding to the shadows, we stumbled across about a quarter of a mile of field. Then we turned toward the road and got into a car that was waiting for us. 20 minutes later, we bumped our way back into town, avoiding the business district again. And the next turn knocked everything into place. We swung around a warehouse, and I saw the river. I shot a look at Laughing Boy, and he was smiling over his automatic again. And then we pulled to a stop, on the dock, next to the Scarlet Queen. What's this?
A sudden sight of ship brings great joy to loyal captain. Please to Johnny aboard.
Where's my crew?
Surrounded by most healthful conditions and honest guards in nearby warehouse.
Any of them hurt?
No. They are most cooperative crew in face of many weapons. Even handsome Parrot was picture of calmness. Please to remain unexcited and enter cabin, knowing that I will prevent intrusion.
Come in, me Captain Carney.
What are you doing on my ship, Avila?
I wanted to talk to you.
There are plenty of places to talk.
Yes, but none so good as this. In the city, there are too many who watch and too many who listen. This meeting between you and me would not be good for them.
I don't think much of it myself.
You and I are men who are led by similar things, Captain. I think, too, we are pushed around by the same things. I wish you would sit down with me as a friend.
I hope you know what you mean. I don't.
I think you and I, we could be great team.
How do you figure that? You've been checking my references or something?
I have stayed alive for 31 years because I know men.
Why don't you try making sense, Avila?
This afternoon I learned to know you when I listened to how you talk to the girl, Captain.
Huh? You got a lot of tricks, haven't you?
When we put you together after the story about Kang and Senor Constantino, we thought we would hear something else.
What could you hear that would do you any good? The position of that Chinese stuff, maybe?
Oh, that would have been very good. For us, but not for you.
Could have saved all of us some time. She doesn't know where it is.
You know, I believe you, Captain Carney.
Thanks.
And I think maybe everything could be all right. I speak of what you say in that room. You told me one thing that I like to know.
Hmm?
You told me that the only thing that loyalty really counts with you is the one you have for yourself.
I wonder if I do know what you mean.
I think you do. I have those same feeling about loyalty, so there is the similar. I am to Senor Constantino much the same as you are to Kang. High in the organization. Similar again. You say you live long enough on words and promises. I am hungry for something more myself. We are much alike, Captain. Why then are we fighting one another?
We aren't. I'm not fighting anybody over it anymore. I just want to get out of Swat Tower, that's all. You can have everything I know about it, which is nothing.
Again, I believe you.
Again, thanks.
But, Captain, don't you see the possibilities? You and I pulling the strings. It looks the same, but the big ones are now working for us. Then, after the treasure and you and I disappear, they find out, but it is too late.
Yeah. And after you and the treasure disappear, I find out, but it is too late.
Oh, no. It is no good that way. We work together.
Who else is in on it?
The colonel.
Mike Forrester? And it's no good. Too many people.
Oh. Well, how about your chief mate, Gallagher? You leave him out?
Yeah. It's got to be just the two of us, or it's no go. Can you send the colonel back to Hong Kong?
Captain Carney, I think you don't trust me yet. I mean what I say about this plan. I will do everything I can to make you trust me. I will leave the colonel out. I will send him away tonight. Then, when you get rid of your mate, we will be partners, no?
That's right, Avila. Then it'll be you and me alone.
That's good with me.
Nini! What must I for you?
You call me. I hasten to obey.
See, go to the colonel. Tell him to come here. Tell him Avila has a very important thing for him in the cabin of the Scarlet Queen.
So far, I figured I'd done pretty well with what I had to work with in Swatow. At least I'd had the right instinct about their friendly approach and their wild lie about Kang and Constantino. And my sellout act with Nanhua had the reaction I halfway expected anyway. But finding Avila on the Queen and alone instead of with the Colonel was something that didn't quite fit. It fell into place an hour later. The car got back. And we heard the Colonel coming aboard.
This is big test, Capitan. This is the first thing we do together.
That's right, Avila.
Well, I presume we've met with success enough. Avila.
Hey, what's the game, Avila?
Hey, put down that weapon, sir.
The Capitan, he says I must send you away.
Avila.
Get here!
Have you gone nuts? No, you like it, don't you?
The big test, Capitan. I do this bad thing only to show you can trust me. Now, you show me how I can trust you.
Linny, one more trip. This time you bring the chief mate, Mr. Gallagher.
That next hour was the shortest one I've ever spent. Avila never took his eyes or his gun off of me. Toward the end of it, he pulled a chair into the center of the cabin, facing the door, gestured me into it. Then he pulled another one up behind me and sat down with the muzzle of his gun resting against my spine. Then he handed me my own automatic. By that time, we'd stopped talking. We just sat there, waiting for the sound of Red's feet on the deck above. But the hour passed and we still sat there. An hour and 5 minutes. An hour and 10, Red still didn't arrive. An hour and 20, and Avila took the automatic out of my hand. An hour and 30, he expressed himself foully in Portuguese and stood up. How many men did you send after him?
Enough.
I don't think you did.
The men were enough.
Yeah, maybe, but they didn't come back, did they?
And that is very bad for you, Capitan. I think maybe there was a trick. I think maybe it started from you.
You're crazy. You've been dealing this game. How could I pull anything? Use your head.
Wait.
Let's go.
Listen. Come. Oh, good. Now things will be equal again. You will stand over to the side, Capitan.
I moved a few feet and stopped. I started inching back, trying to get into a position for a rush just as the door opened. But I never made it. It wasn't Avila that stopped me. It wasn't that I was too late. It was the voice from the deck. It was the laughing boy.
Mr. Avila.
And he was alone.
Mr. Avila, we are troubled with bad fortune.
What happened?
The certain one, Gallagher, he is made from the certain parts of 9 devils.
What happened?
My face is gone. In spite of the extreme heaviness of your orders, we could not bring him to the ship alive.
What'd you do to him? Is he hurt?
Not unless he has fallen from his great height. He is flying in the wings of intoxication.
Stop it, fool! Get back to the car. Go ahead, Captain. Follow him.
Yeah. With luck, maybe he's left a drink for us. The building on the river was as quiet as a tomb when we got out there. I didn't know whether Lin Yi was smiling or not as he let us in. But I knew I wasn't. Avila followed, a scant 10 inches behind me, with the muzzle of the automatic in the same spot in the middle of my back. When we got to the room I'd shared with Nanhua, we stopped. Lin Yi edged away from the door as though he expected it to explode in his face.
Since my face is already gone, I shamelessly hesitate before the den of the tiger.
Capitan, I would lead myself if I could keep this gun in your bag at the same time. Go ahead.
I opened the door expecting to see the room torn to shreds. But it wasn't. I expected to see the bamboo bar covered with empty bottles, but it wasn't. I expected to see Gallagher sprawled out on the floor, but he wasn't. He was sitting next to Nanhua on a low couch, and they both stood up as we came in.
Hello, Skipper. We've been worrying about you.
Yeah. I've had a few uneasy minutes myself.
One more, Captain.
Wait a minute, Avila.
Before you start thinking about pulling that trigger, I ought to warn you that you'd be the next one.
Lin Yi, move over here. Keep this to cover.
Please to accept a refusal, having found higher personage who has more weighty order.
You'll lose your skin for this.
Most unfortunate words have been spoken. Now rapid steps must be taken to save skin.
Ligny's rapid steps would have looked good in Madison Square Garden. He hit Avila below the knees and a rolling block from behind. I went down at the same time. For a split second, the three of us were tangled on the floor. I got up first, put the arch of my sea boot across the wrist above Avila's gun hand. Then I kicked the gun across the room with the other foot. I let him get up. When he was straightened, I hit him with every ounce I had. Maybe it was relief after having that gun on my back for so long. But I didn't wait for him to come back to me. I went after him. Maybe it was just the temper that goes with the name, Carney. For a while, I forgot there was anyone else in the room but Avila and me. Or in the world, for that matter.
You need any help, Skipper?
Shut up.
Oh, gallant Captain. You have the admiration I cherish for those of great heroic action.
Shut up!
Calm down, Skipper. You got it out of your system, haven't you?
Yeah. I guess we can go now, huh?
Yeah, I guess so.
Nanhua. I guess you understand that sellout act I handed you, don't you?
Yes, Phil, I understand now. Shall I apologize for believing you?
No. It's a good thing you did. It wouldn't have worked if you hadn't. And you, laughing boy.
Oh, admirable, never laughing Captain.
I'm surprised at you. You know, you double-crossed with the best of them.
Oh, no.
Yeah?
Is instead most real sincerity after overhearing true story of great Chinese treasure from perfected mouth of Nanhua, even greater Chinese treasure. I have spoken.
You sure have.
I now return to protective custody of my position in Swatown Police before one who is now prone awakens to new dawn of hateful anger.
By 8 the next morning, after I'd apologized for the 12th time for my sellout act and explained for the 13th time that I knew Kang wasn't in Hong Kong selling out to Constantino, we got Nanhua space on Air Cafe to Shanghai. I freed my crew with the help of Laughing Boy and gave him the handsome parrot as a parting gesture. And an hour later, we coasted out of the River Han into the deep rolling water of the South China Sea and the trades whistling up from the lower latitudes.
Stand by to make sail!
Fell to with a will and snapped to their positions at the main sheet.
With 4 feet, make sail!
The big, strong expanse of the mainsail climbed up the mast toward the morning sky, filled with the wind, and stretched out and pulled.
And the ship sheets, men! Partly now!
The jib sheets cracked into place. Then the mizzen swung out. The Scarlet Queen buckled down to the beam wind crossing. How do you feel, Skipper? Better, Red? Better with every mile that goes astern.
Yeah. Well, there's plenty of them out there if you want them. Where are we bound?
Well, I got a little surprise for you, Red. Kang told me that if we ever ran into a stone wall like Swatow, we would head east.
Well, fine. Let's take a little cruise someplace, just for a change. Shall we, Skipper?
Where'd you like to go, Red?
Brooklyn.
That's a little too east. Would you settle for Manila?
Hey, you really mean it?
Sure.
I've said it to myself. I'll say it to you.
Yeah?
You're the most understanding skipper I've ever sailed under.
Why, sure. I even take a little nip on watch once in a while, when my mate gets around to offering it.
That's easy. Drink, Skipper.
That's better. After you, mate. After you. Log entry, the Ketch Scarlet Queen, 5:30 p.m. Miles traveled, 8,754. Wind brisk, sky fair. Sea cresting. Mainsail and mizzen reefed. Ship secure for night. Signed, Philip Carney, Master. log entry, the catch Scarlet Queen, Philip Carney, master. Position 120 degrees, 29 minutes east, 14 degrees north. Wind light, sky overcast. Remarks, departed port of Manila, 9 a.m. after canceling shore leave for crew. Reason for unscheduled departure, the barefoot nymph in the Mother Hubbard jacket. Out of Wat Pao, China, that we raised the island of Luzon on the eastern horizon and stood in toward Manila. I swung the Scarlet Queen a little north of her course, and we passed close under the rocks of Corregidor. Every eye on our decks was turned toward the squat fortifications for a minute. By this time, they were covered with jungle growth again and were loudly silent, in the manner of monuments that hold the stories of men who made them monuments. Beyond the island, we could see the steaming mass of Bataan, and we swung back into Manila Bay. Manila should have been a friendly, relaxing port for all of us. It meant a break in our voyage under charter to Kang and Son. To my crewmen, it meant the longest shore leave they'd had since we left San Francisco, and girls who knew what that meant to American seamen. To my chief mate Gallagher, it was like a home state picnic. The harbor was jammed with freighters and tankers from the States. That meant that the Balanga Street bars were jammed with their crews. And that meant that Gallagher was jammed in with them, running into old friends and making new ones. Manila should have been a holiday. And it was for 3 days and 2 nights. At 10 o'clock the third night, I was in the cabin alone, thumbing through the latest hydrographic bulletin I'd been able to find in town, when I heard somebody running down the dock toward the Queen. Red! What's the matter? Her husband show up? What's up, Red? Never mind. Come on, calm down. What's the automatic? Lay off with this, Skipper. Come on, give it to me, Red. Get away from me, Skipper. You're off your nut. What happened? Who'd you kill, the president? I might if he gets in the way. Gallagher! Wild-eyed mate and an automatic loose in Manila, there wasn't much time for the hydrographic bulletin. I closed it, locked my desk, and went out after him.
And so Mutual continues The Voyage of the Scarlet Queen, written by Gil Dowd and Bob Tallman, and starring Elliott Lewis. The Scarlet Queen, proudest ship to plow the seas, bound for uncharted adventure. Every week, a complete entry in the log, and every week a league further in the strange Voyage of the Scarlet Queen.
When Gallagher is being pushed by temper or is in a hurry, he walks as though he's working up against the incline of a pitching deck in a storm. His body bends forward from a point almost as low as his feet. His shoulders pull up protectively on each side of his head, and his arms barely swing in short arcs. I followed him up to Butane Street, across the railroad tracks, through the park on Ambil and Dewey Boulevard, and to the left on Balanga. We passed 3 bars, and I could hear the 4th from a half a block away. The dimly lighted sign that hung outside said Victory Cabaret. But judging from the din of battle that poured out at us as we approached, somebody had been a little premature in naming it. The remaining activity was going on in the center of what was left of a large bar room. I lost Red for a minute, but then I found him in the center of the room. Hey, Red! I lost him again, then I saw him heading toward a door at the rear of the room. Red! Red, wait for me! Hey, what the... He stopped at another door halfway down a long, dimly lit hall by the time I caught up with him. He opened it. The room was furnished with a broken window, a woman who looked like Miss America, and a man who should have been in a morgue instead of sprawled on his face where he was.
You frightened me. I didn't know who you were.
What happened to him?
killed on me as bosun last year.
Huh? What's the beef?
It started over Lona here, but it wasn't her fault. She was here with Peterson, and this drunk started pouring her, and Peterson poked him. That's the way it started. Who was that guy, Lona? You know him?
I met him, yes. His name's Mason Rapp or something like that. I don't know him. I don't know why he picked on me. I don't know why he picked... I'm not sure he's the one that killed Peterson, but who else could it have been?
He was wearing a gun. He started to pull it after Pete plugged him.
How'd you get mixed up in this, Red?
Cause he pulled that gun. That's when I plugged him. And that's when he took a shot at me, and that's when I got sore.
Yeah, okay. Now you've collected a shiner and a split lip. You've had a fine night. Now it's time for bed. Come on, let's go.
Red, please. You promised me you'd help me out of this.
What?
I'm afraid to leave here alone. I don't know where that Mason is or anything. The whole thing's so crazy. I'm just scared to death.
Look, Skipper, take her home, will you?
Why me?
I didn't ask you to tag along, did I? But now that you're here, do something. I want to stick with Pete till I can get word to his ship. I hope somebody's around to do the same thing for me sometime.
At this rate, it won't be long.
Thanks, Skipper. Well, you want to fight your way out through the bar, or would a nice broken back window in a quiet alley do?
It was easier getting out than it had been coming in. I slipped out first. I crunched onto the window glass on the ground. I waited quietly for a minute to see if the noise had raised anybody. I gave the alley a quick once-over. There was nobody in sight. But just as I started to turn back to the building, I caught a glitter of metal in the light from the window. It was a small nickel-plated revolver lying on the other side of the alley. Now, if the gunman had tossed it there, it was all right with me. I left it for the cops. Lona followed me out, and in 5 minutes we were in one of Manila's prized two-wheeled horse-drawn rigs, and we were headed for her address.
I wonder what's going to happen.
The law's going to show up, and they're going to start scattering the bones. That's what usually happens with murder.
I'm so scared I don't know what to do.
Oh, come on. Calm down. You're a beautiful dame, and a couple of guys started fighting over you. In fact, the whole joint finally was. You're just living in the wrong century, that's all. Women thrived on that kind of stuff a few hundred years ago.
I suppose the police will get my name, won't they?
Well, you'll be lucky if they don't.
Oh, dear. That'll mean my job. It all started out to be an evening of just fun.
Look, Lona, I don't feel quite as sorry for you as you do. I'll tell you why. Maybe it'll help you. It started out to be an evening of just fun for Peterson, too, didn't it?
I'm sorry, Skip.
All right. Now, is there something else you'd like to talk about?
No, I guess you've said everything.
The rest of the trip was not comfortable, but it was silent. We swept across the Pasig River and turned down a wide thoroughfare that led in the general direction of the exclusive residential district under Tagate Bridge. The direction surprised me only a little, but her address when we finally reached it was as far removed as Manhattan's Beekman Place from the Victory Cabaret. In class, if not in miles. It was a graceful mansion set behind a well-tended lawn that was made precisely irregular by a few neat garden plots made primly informal by a number of mango and papaya trees that threw cautious shadows in the faint moonlight.
Well, aren't you going to let me out?
Yeah, if you're sure this is the right address.
Do you want to come in?
No, thanks. I'm confused enough out here.
You're a refreshing guy, Skipper. The helpless dame, and there are no passes or anything. Nothing but a brotherly remark about my being beautiful.
Yeah. I'm always shy with women I take away from dead men.
Oh. You kicked me all the way up from Belanga Street. I guess you just had to kick me into the house, didn't you? Good night, Skipper. Thanks.
Good night, Lona. Hey, Cachero. Back to the Victory Cabaret, Belanga Street. I paid my Cachero off and headed into the Victory Cabaret. The only person in sight was a hefty, barrel-waisted bartender who was pushing a broom at the litter on the floor.
Keep your pay in your pocket, mate. I ain't open for business.
Yeah, so I see. What happened?
What happened? Well, I'll tell you. It was no more than a friendly little scuffle.
Yeah, looks it.
A few of the hands from a few of the ships come to shore for a good time.
The cops get here?
And it cost me a few $1,000s. And somebody's got to keep up the morale in the merchant marine. A nice bunch of boys.
The cops. Couldn't they help you?
That's a good question.
Anybody killed?
So I hear. One outright and a half a dozen they wasn't quite sure of. You missing any friends?
Yeah, one. Big red-headed guy wearing a jumper with the sleeves rolled up, tattooing on his arms.
With a name like Gallagher. He's a friend of yours, you say?
Yeah, why?
You better be careful who you admit it to. They got him booked for murder.
They're nuts.
Oh, I don't know. A fellow was shot in one of my rooms back there. When they sneaked up on this Gallagher, he was outside the window with a gun that done the shooting still in his hand.
They're nuts. I saw that gun lying out there in the alley myself. I can prove Gallagher didn't kill him.
Huh. For that story, you better find another port. While we're on the subject of moving, get out of here, will you? I lost enough friends in the force tonight.
I walked out of the door 10 steps up the sidewalk. And then 5 steps back. I watched the bartender pick up the telephone. This time I took a cab to Lona's address. I wondered what she'd say now about involving her name when it was to clear red. I had a few answers for that. And I was working on a few things to say to Gallagher for standing there in that alley with the murder weapon in his hand when we pulled up in front of the house. By the time I reached the door, I knew it was no good. It was 1 a.m., but I had a hunch that for Lona the day hadn't ended.
Well, Skipper.
I hope it isn't too late.
It never is at my house. Come on in.
She had a sort of breathless expression when she talked to me. The corners of her mouth were drawn up slightly into a bare trace of a smile. Her lips were always separated, just a little. Her eyes were warm and brown.
In here.
She led me through a short hall and down 3 steps into a large, carelessly furnished room. She was dressed in a hostess gown of some light, swinging material.
I'm sure.
Her hair went with her eyes, and it hung just short of shoulder length. And her feet were bare. We crossed the room, went into a den. It had a tile floor, low, wide bamboo furniture, wide screened windows that looked out onto a side garden.
This is my favorite room. Do you like it?
Yeah, great.
I don't think you really like rooms. Some men don't. Sit down. No, not there. You see my abstractions. I paint a little. Over here on the shelf. Here. You been drinking, or shall I mix one for you?
I haven't been drinking, and I'd like one.
All right.
How'd you know I'd be back?
Because I asked you.
I didn't hear you.
I didn't ask you with words. I asked you with me.
Oh. You're an amazing little creature.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Huh? You've changed so many times tonight that I can't stay abreast of it.
I change all the time, so it won't become monotonous. That's the only way I can stand myself. Which one of me do you like the best?
This one. Barefooted. With your hair down.
I was brushing my hair when you rang the bell. I don't think many women do, but I love my hair. So soft. Feel it.
Where do you come from?
Every place. Do that with my hair some more. What's your other name besides Skipper, I mean?
Phil. What's the matter?
Nothing. Nothing, darling. Glass just rolled up and broke. For a minute, I didn't know what it was. Listen. That sound will be this night, even when I'm old. Your nice tanned face and your blue eyes and your strong hands. You think I'm beautiful, don't you?
I think you're beautiful.
Good to be with someone who thinks you're beautiful. Tell me.
You're beautiful.
Yes, I know. Darling. Phil, I'm so happy. It's so good to be beautiful with you.
maybe it would have been different if I hadn't been afraid of her. Or if I hadn't been convinced that everything she said or did had purpose. Or if I hadn't known that each of us was waiting for the other to bring up the subject of Gallagher's arrest. But there was no doubt about one thing. And it was hard to keep it from overshadowing anything else. As she repeatedly stated, as she loved to state, as she loved to hear me repeatedly state, she was beautiful. From any measurement or any comparison, she was beautiful. But even she dropped the subject after a while.
Make mine weaker than yours, will you, Phil?
Let's put it the other way. I'll make mine stronger than yours.
Makes you happier that way. I'm willing.
Oh. Better get this glass off the deck unless you expect me to carry you around the rest of the night.
How long are you going to be in Manila, Skipper?
Oh, I don't know.
I wish it was going to be for a long time.
Yeah, it might be.
Phil, listen to me. I've got to say this. You've got to know I mean it. It happens, but it never happened to me, and now I think it could. I could fall in love. Don't laugh at me.
Don't joke.
I'm not joking. For the first time in my life, I think it could happen.
I'm sure you mean that as a great compliment. Somehow it doesn't hit me.
Oh, Phil, why are you acting like this?
Because I don't believe you. Because I've never had any reason to believe you. Because I've gotten nothing but lies from you ever since I met you.
But I'm not lying. Why are you treating me like this?
What other way is there? You're a great little animal to have around the house, but you're only safe when you're out in front where somebody can watch you.
All right, Phil. Maybe you know what you're trying to say.
So do you. For one thing, you killed Peterson.
I did not.
You were lying, man. You said he was shot from outside the window, and he wasn't. He was shot by somebody inside the room. You were the only one there.
I didn't kill him.
Now, don't think I haven't enjoyed your so alluring hospitality. But the smiling, spontaneous welcome I got at the door doesn't hold water. Because I'll bet you my ship that you knew I was on the prowl and probably heading this way 40 minutes before I got here, and you heard it from the bartender at the Victory Cabaret. I saw him go to the phone. What are you supposed to do? Hold me here? And for why?
What do you want, Phil?
I want my chief mate. I'll trade you or anybody else in on him.
Oh, Phil, why did you wait? If you suspected these things, why did you go through with the sham of life?
All I want is my chief mate. If you don't start doing something about it, I will.
All right, Phil. I have to make a couple of calls. The phone's in the other room. You carry me.
Huh? Oh, yeah. It was the deal, wasn't it?
I wonder why it had to be this way, Phil.
I don't know. I don't know what your game is, and I don't care, but you were in it before I was.
Phil, Red was only a coincidence. Really, he was. He just happened to know Cliff Peterson and sit down with us. And then the stupid redhead, he had to go out the window and find that gun and be standing there when the police showed up. So then Delkey had the brainstorm and twisted the story. Yes, he told the cops that Gallagher instead of Mason had made the pass at me. That started the whole thing. And he went after Peterson.
Yeah. All right, here's your phone.
Do you believe me, Phil?
How in the devil should I know when to believe you and when not to? I told you I don't care. All I want is my chief mate. When I get him, I'll believe anything.
Gallagher was just supposed to stall things until Mason could get back to the States. He was leaving in the morning. I was supposed to hold you until his ship...
All right, fine. Let him find somebody else for a stall. Who are you going to start with, the chief of police?
Afraid the police think even less of me than you do. We have to settle this between Ralph Mason and Delkey and myself.
You're going to bring him out here?
Where else?
Looks like I'm going to be outnumbered, doesn't it? I stood by her when she made her calls, and as far as I could figure, they were straight. Just strong invitations to get to the house as quickly as possible. Then she made a typical exit into another part of the house, and I went back to the den. I thought the least I could do was to get rid of the jagged edges of our brief and hypocritical romance, so I got a bar towel and pushed the broken glass under the couch. When she came in, she'd gone through another complete change. She was dressed like her front lawn, primly, informal, in beige black, topped by an over-modest jacket buttoned high around her throat and hanging loosely like a Mother Hubbard to her waist.
It shouldn't be long, Phil. Maybe we could have a neat one while we wait.
Yeah, sure. Sit down. Incidentally, I don't like your new character.
It's all right for the time of night, isn't it?
I guess so.
I think I ought to warn you, Phil. Mason is dangerous. He'll try to buy you off first.
Buy me off for what?
He'll try to talk you into... Do you want to go to the door with me? Or do you trust me enough to let me meet them?
I can't think of anybody I ever trusted less. Go ahead.
Captain Carney, this is Ralph Mason, and I believe you said that you'd met Mr. Delphi.
Yeah. What's on your mind, Connie? My chief mate. I want him out of jail. I got enough on that mess in the Victory Cabaret to tell a pretty good story. It's a pretty good story the way it stands. Cops like it. They won't by the time I get through with it. Just one thing. The glass from that window that was supposed to have been broken from the outside. None of it's inside the room where it should be. You think that's enough? Since they arrested Gallagher standing on the outside looking in, it might be. Even Manila cops should change their mind on that one. That story could wait, couldn't it? Not the way I see it, no.
Here's your hat, mate.
Don't be rude.
What's your price, Connie, to leave your mate in the jug until we're clear of this? With the truth, you can get him out anytime. It's pretty high. I'm leaving tomorrow. I'll start with $15,000. I don't think you can go high enough, Mason. You might as well quit. All I need is a patsy, and I don't care who it is.
May I say something, Ralph? I don't quite see why we have to bargain with Captain Carney. You didn't hesitate about Peterson after his double-cross, Ralph. Now Captain Carney is in the way.
When you hate real good, don't you?
It's business, Captain. I used such bad judgment when I offered to let you join our little organization.
You what? What are you talking about?
Captain Carney has a ship that would fit into our inter-island work. So afraid I made a mistake. I explained the type of contraband that was coming in from the States, the prices we were getting for it, and how there were opportunities for a man like him. I'm so sorry. He led me to believe that he was interested.
You're a sucker for men, Lorna. You found Peterson, too. That cost us $30,000 worth of stateside liquor and 3 months to get it over here. Peterson stole it on his own.
Not quite on his own, Ralph. He didn't have any contacts here.
Who was in with him?
Well, I was his very best friend in Manila.
Why, you dirty... Mason shoved his chair out of the way behind him as he got up and started reaching inside his coat for a shoulder holster. That's when the Mother Hubbard jacket lifted a little on the right side and Lona's manicured hand pulled a belly gun from the waistband of her slack. It spoke twice, quickly and effectively, and Mason stiffened, and his right hand stopped an inch away from his gun butt, and he toppled slowly backward across his overturned chair.
Delphi, don't ask one question. I have this all worked out.
But, Lona...
You can solve the murder in your cabaret. You take Mason down to the police. Tell them the story of how the glass is on the wrong side of the window. You tell them you captured Mason single-handed and you'll gain a whole lot of new customers.
Well, they believe me, Lona.
It's the truth, isn't it? And here's the gun you captured him with to prove it. Now get him out of here. Good heavens. Look at that floor. I wonder what this all meant, Phil.
Oh, what, Lona?
This thing we lived through. It's been important, hasn't it?
Yeah, slightly. 2 guys didn't make it.
Oh, that isn't what I mean. We did move everything and make this little room the center of the world, didn't we?
I wish I knew what you meant.
You wonder if I'm still in love with you, don't you?
Candidly, by this time, I don't know what I wonder.
I could be, Phil. I'm afraid it's impractical. If you'll just hold me. Just once more. Tell me once more.
Beautiful, Lona.
And I'll always remember the glasses, Phil. It's getting late. You'll have to go.
Well, couldn't we have one more drink?
Oh, no, I wouldn't dare. Got to put my hair in braids and straighten the house up. My husband is coming home in the morning. He worries so about me. I have to have everything just
Your husband?
so.
Where is he?
Oh, he has gold mines in Mindoro. He's much older than I am. But he's rich. He allows me to stay here in Manila with my hobbies. Goodbye, Captain Carney.
Gallagher had been released, I'd rounded up the rest of my men and we slipped away from our berth and headed out through Manila Bay. We picked up a moist, hot wind at the mouth.
Stand by to make sail!
And the exhausted crew stumbled to their stations, every man bare to the waist and glistening wet. Even the mainsail looked tired as it struggled up the mainmast and reached hopefully out for a pulling breeze. They didn't move smartly, but the jib hauled out. Then the mizzen boom swung sullenly over my head, and the Queen rolled slowly down toward Verde Island Passage, with the buoyant sea beyond.
Well, I had a good rest last night, but it looks like I'm the only one aboard that did.
Oh, lay off, Ray.
Look at that crew. It's a disgrace. I'm half a mind to turn them all to Holy Stone in the deck from bow to stern.
Take over, will you, Red?
Oh, not on your life. This is your watch, and I'm going to take my exercise. That Manila jail air is invigorating.
Now, lay off, will you, Red? Don't forget, I was sitting in the cabin with the hydrographic bulletin when you busted in.
Take it easy, Skipper. Go on below. I'll take your trick.
Ah, the devil you will. But just wait till you crawl aboard the next time. And don't think you haven't done it before. I'll hand you some sympathy.
What are my chances in the next port?
Fair, and I'll be waiting for you. It's Masbate.
Masbate. What do you know about that jail?
Nothing.
And before I take a nap, what is your outstanding recollection of the capital of the Philippines?
Some broken glass I pushed under a bamboo couch. And I wonder what her husband's going to say.
It's funny you mention that, Skipper. I met a husband in jail. He was in for murder.
Did he kill the wife?
No. The smooth-talking stranger. Drink, Skipper?
He killed the wrong one. After you, mate. After you. Log entry, the Ketch Scarlet Queen, 5:30 p.m. Miles traveled from San Francisco, 9,450. Wind light, sky overcast. Sea leaden. Carrying full sail. Ship secure for night. Signed, Philip Carney, Master. Log entry, the Ketch Scarlet Queen, Philip Carney, Master. Position 112 degrees 32 minutes east, 21 degrees 6 minutes north. Wind light, sky fair. Remarks, departed Hong Kong, China, 9 p.m. after breakdown in schedule. Reason for delay, the jewel thieves and the straw-filled dummy. My main purpose when the Scarlet Queen slipped past Stonecutters Island and into the teeming harbor of Hong Kong was to locate my Chinese boss, Kuji Kang, or at least to get some word of instruction for the charter voyage that had brought me all the way from San Francisco. But 3 days passed and I had no luck. I combed the city of Victoria from the Peak to Broadway on the waterfront, but the Queen idly scraped her fenders on the dock. My crew poured their money into bar tills. My chief mate Gallagher threatened to sign on any ship that was going any place. And I grew more disgusted every minute at being stuck, not knowing where to go or what to do. By the end of the 4th day, I didn't care. I didn't care about anything but relaxing and forgetting. I started with a small bar on the waterfront, and by the time I'd graduated through the British Club, the Hong Kong Club, the Commercial Club, and 4 out of every 5 non-club bars I passed, getting from place to place, I had almost succeeded in forgetting. I swung into the Emperor Hotel, crossed the lobby peopled by a scattering of stiff-backed crown colonists, and made the doorway to the bar to look for a table. I stopped. She was sitting alone, with an untouched drink in front of her. She looked up at me, her face set and cold. Her eyes flashed away for a second and back. Then she smiled, stood up, and came to me.
Oh, darling, there you are. I've been waiting so long, I didn't know what to think.
Oh?
You're so late. We'll have to rush to get dressed in time for dinner. Come on, I have the key to our room.
I stopped thinking it was the new Hong Kong approach when she took my arm to swing me back into the lobby. Her nails dug in, and her arm and the body behind it was shaking. The plea in her eyes gave me the rest. She was scared, stiff, and she needed me. We turned around and walked out into the lobby.
And so Mutual continues The Voyage of the Scarlet Queen, written by Gil Dowd and Bob Tallman, and starring Elliott Lewis. The Scarlet Queen, proudest ship to plow the seas, bound for uncharted adventure. Every week a complete entry in the log, and every week a league further in the strange Voyage of the Scarlet Queen.
She led me across the lobby without another word, her nails still digging through my coat sleeve, her arm still shaking. When we stopped to buzz for the elevator, I looked back. A very erect, thinly built man was coming out of the bar. His walk was mincing. He stopped by a pillar and looked at us while he put a cigarette in the middle of his mouth with graceful fingers, lit it, and flourished the match delicately to the floor. A powerfully built little 5x5 walked up and joined him. They were still watching us when the elevator took us out of sight. The room was at the front of the building on the 3rd floor.
Here.
She handed me the key to unlock the door. But when it closed, everything drained out of her. She slumped down on the edge of the bed.
I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm so frightened.
Now, take it easy. You want to try a drink or something?
A glass of water.
Sure. Here you are.
Thank you. I can't hold it.
Here, I'll hold it for you. Yeah. Better?
Yes, I think so.
Who was your sylph-like little friend downstairs?
His name is Neil Gaynor.
The other one, 5x5?
I don't know what his name is.
They really knock you to pieces, don't they?
Neil says he's going to kill me.
Why?
They were going to follow me out of the bar, and I don't know why. I swear I don't know. They want something from me, but I don't know what it is. I don't know what they've done to my husband.
Where is your husband?
Neil says he's dead. He says he's dead, and I'm next. Please.
Now, this is no time to cry. You're all right.
I've no right to ask you. But could you stay with me? Please. Don't leave me.
It's been my fortune to only occasionally see a woman cry as she did, because she had to. It wasn't an act. It wasn't to gain sympathy. It was a cry of complete, terror-filled desolation. She quit shaking. A long time after that, she got up, went into the bathroom to put some cold water on her face.
I'm awfully sorry for everything that's happened. I'm all right now, really. Please, I didn't have any right to ask you, and I don't want you to feel you have to stay here with me any longer.
I don't.
But you aren't leaving.
No. Look, I was on hand when you needed me.
You're bargaining?
Believe me, I don't know what I'm doing. Maybe I'm taking advantage of you because you're in trouble, but if it is that, it's unconscious because I don't work that way. Maybe my world's kind of falling to pieces right now, too, and I need somebody. I'd hate to think that because I've been self-contained for a long time.
You aren't going.
You could make me go, or you could come with me.
Where?
Someplace where you could forget being afraid of Neil. Someplace where he wouldn't find us.
Oh, we couldn't get out of here without being followed.
I've been tailed through cities before. Pack your bags. I'm going to take you someplace.
You're going to take me someplace? No one has said that to me for such a long time. It won't take me long to pack.
I called a cab and we left the hotel by a rear door. We shouldn't have bothered. There was enough light for me to see Neil Gaynor leaning against the building. When we got into our cab, he got into one parked behind it. We want speed, driver. Turn left at the end of the alley and I'll give you directions from then on. The driver knew what speed meant, but his idea of threading through traffic was based on the theory of the straight line, modified by the belief that the line would open through the snarled traffic ahead of it if he made enough noise with his horn. We crossed and recrossed the level sections of town with Neil and the other cab trailing in our wake. We paralleled the waterfront, dodged through a maze of warehouses, finally lost him. We climbed halfway up Victoria Peak, took one of the terrace roads to the left, dropped to within a block of sea level, and I finally shouted the driver to a stop in front of a Chinese flat. Right here, Charlie. All right, come on. Up the stairs. In here. Hello, Kim Yui. You remember me?
The one called Connie. The year have been many, Sancho. It's time before me.
We need a room for the lady, Kim Yui.
It is done.
Her baggage is outside by the steps.
My son will bring it. Follow.
Thanks very much, Kim. She crossed the room to the single window and opened the shutters to look out over the blinking, restless movement of the harbor. The maze of Kowloon's lights across the bay. And for the first time, she was smiling.
They keep playing that same record over and over again, don't they?
Tell me the truth. Could you tell the difference if they weren't?
Certainly. I can tell the difference between one with a singer and one without.
We'll put you right up in my class. Feeling better?
Of course I am. Your friend downstairs called you Carney?
That's right, Phil.
Phil Carney.
You must have one, too, huh?
I don't want to tell you.
Well, give me a phony, then. Tell me something.
Oh, no, it's not that I want to hide anything from you. You just won't like it. My last name is Ainley.
What Ainley?
You won't like it. It's Henrietta.
Oh, no.
I told you.
Oh, it's all right. It's a fine name, but you... becomes you like a diving suit would.
I told you.
Well, it's too late to do anything legal about it. I'll call you Hank.
Oh, do you think that's prettier?
Hank? Not too feminine, but when you look like you do, they could call you Sam, and it wouldn't matter. So it's all right, huh?
Sure. Everything is. Just for a little while, everything is all right.
Don't talk about it if you don't want to.
I think I do want to. It's simple enough, I guess. You see, my parents were killed out here during the war, and after it was over, I was all alone.
Uh-huh.
And I married Lucian Ainley. He was good to me. I don't know what he was mixed up in with Neil. I never asked him about anything.
When was the last time you saw him?
That was over 3 weeks ago. You see, our home was in Calcutta, and he just left one day and didn't come back. And then I got a cable to meet him here, but when I got here, it wasn't Lucian, it was Neil. And I just don't know what it all means, because the way Neil said it, I think he killed Lucian. If I just only knew...
Take it easy, Hank.
If I knew what he was from...
Hey, we're out of the Emperor, remember?
Yes.
We came out here so you could forget being scared.
I'm sorry, Phil. Everything is all right. Really, it is. What's the matter, Phil?
Everything's a little frightening.
What, Phil?
You? What happens to me? Come here, Hank.
Yes.
I just want your face, like this, so I can look at it.
What, Phil?
I wondered what makes you so beautiful. Your mouth's a little too wide, your eyes are a little too widely spaced, your cheekbones a little too high.
They're playing that same record again.
Maybe you don't like comparisons, but this is supposed to be a compliment. There's a woman who's very important in my life.
Oh?
You look like her.
Where is she?
She's on my ship. Her name is the Scarlet Queen. She's carved from wood, and she spends all her time under the bowsprit from where she keeps a good watch on what she's leading the rest of us into. You look like her.
Do you mind?
I think it's wonderful. I think it takes care of everything that wasn't taken care of before.
Phil, wait.
All right, Hank.
Phil, I wanted to tell you. I was scared again when you said there was a woman. I was jealous. I want to tell you what's happening to me.
That puts you right up in my class.
Oh, then it's all right. Oh, Phil. You and your wooden woman.
After I'd got Kim Yu-wee to put me up in a room farther away from the incessant phonograph, I lay awake, remembering that I'd started out to forget the senseless frustration that had bogged down the voyage of the Scarlet Queen, and that I'd succeeded. Hank and I didn't move out of Kim Yu-wee's building the next day. We spent most of our time watching the street from the window to see if our taxi dash of the night before had really shaken off her persistent friends. Nobody bothered us. Nothing did. Because there didn't seem to be anything else in the world except this dream that had picked us up out of the center of reality. That we couldn't or wouldn't leave. We went out that evening and walked, holding to the darkest streets and holding hands. A light fog had rolled in to blur the lights in the harbor by the time we got back. And the foghorns were calling nervously to one another. The next morning we hired a taxi. It followed the winding, picturesque road around to Repulse Bay. We swam in the blue water, lay on the sand in the sun, drank in the hotel bar. It was just before sunset when we got back to Kim Yu-wee's, climbed the stairs, opened the door to find the dream invaded. The room had been ripped to pieces, and it was cluttered by the things from her luggage. In the middle of it stood the slight, mincing man from the Emperor lobby, Neil Gaynor, his graceful fingers holding a small Japanese automatic.
Tristan and Isolde, do come in.
Neil, go away. I'll come to you.
Will you really? The door, Captain Connor, close it if you will. Dear Henrietta, you're actually blowing. What's happened to you? I must know.
Please, Neil, give me just 2 hours. I promise I'll come to you.
The power of man, really, the utter effectiveness of him. What has he wrought, Henrietta?
Look, Nola, straighten up and say something. I'm losing my temper, and I'm going to make you kill me to keep me from getting my fingers around that dimpled throat of yours.
Phil, please don't, Phil.
What Isolde means is that I would put out both your eyes before you took 2 steps. Bang, bang.
I don't see how you stand the noise.
My aunt to be brave. All right, my man of action. And knowing your type, I will show you how sweetly my little one speaks. Just the tip of your right ear. You control yourself, Henrietta. Turn your head, Captain. See. Just a slow welling of good, healthy blood. Just a nick. And another one beside the first. Now, my man of action, I hope you feel some respect for my little one. And I will leave my warning unspoken. Sit down, Henrietta. Your man will remain behind you. How much have you told him?
About what, Neil?
Oh, you're such a young, innocent, aren't you? How much have you told him?
I don't know. know what you're talking about, Neil. How could I tell him anything?
Who are you trying to impress? After all, the captain shouldn't mind if you're only a few £100,000 sterling outside the law, should you, Captain?
As long as you're enjoying yourself.
I don't know what you're talking about, Neil.
How interesting. You mean the disposal of jewels valued at £200,000 was too unimportant to be discussed in your home?
Neil, do you mean my husband?
I do indeed, and you know it. Lucian Ainley and the brilliant robbery of the Himalayan Transport Company. You believe it, or you wouldn't have flown so rapidly to Hong Kong after my cable to you.
I was worried about Lucian.
You were worried about the jewels.
Where is Lucian?
He is dead, my dear. And you and your captain will be also, unless you tell me where the jewels are.
Neil, I don't know anything about them. Lucian never told me anything. Believe me, I don't know. Neil, what are you doing?
Sit still. If you tell me the same story for 40 minutes, I'll try to believe you.
I'd moved 2 inches closer to the chair while he backed halfway across the room. He had a thin leather belt in one hand, and he held his automatic in the other. Just as his arm went back and he was briefly off balance, I dropped to my knees behind the chair, grabbed the legs, and threw everything. Chair, writhing girl, and my 210 pounds on him, all at the same time. I stumbled across Hank in the tangle, sprawled forward into Neil's legs just as his automatic snapped. I got my feet under me, pulled him partway up by his hair and one shoulder, and gave him my right knee. I heard his breath leave him. When the pain doubled him up, I hit him just above the chin with my right. I got to my feet, lifted Neil by his clothes. I took him out of the room. I stopped at the head of the stairs, and I tossed him down. What's the matter with you?
Oh, are you all right?
Sure, I'm all right.
Oh, hold me, Phil, please. Hold me.
Yeah. Did he hurt you?
Not very much.
The devil he didn't.
Phil, could we go someplace else?
You mean 5 by 5 might show up now?
Oh, I think so.
We aren't going anyplace else. We'll wait for him. Go get some decent clothes on. Do something with your face. You're a mess. We didn't have to wait long for our next visitor. When I heard his footsteps on the stairs leading to our floor, I hustled Hank into a corner where she'd be out of sight. I waited at the door with Neil's automatic. A funny approach, and for a split second I had the crazy hunch that it wasn't 5 by 5. The hunch was right, it wasn't.
Skipper! What the devil happened to you?
Gallagher, what are you doing here?
Well, I came up to talk to you.
What do you want, Red?
I just wanted to talk to you. Don't you think this vacation has gone on long enough?
What do you mean?
I just want to know if you're going to turn into a Hong Kong playboy or come back to the ship, that's all. I think the least I deserve is the truth, don't you?
Yes.
Well, I'm not thinking about myself. I'm thinking about the boys and the crew. After all, they're as much your responsibility as mine, and I'm not... Well, can you come out here so I can talk to you?
Yeah, sure, Red. What?
Some dough was delivered to the ship for you, and sailing orders from Kang.
Did you open them?
They were open. The next port's Haiphong. I was thinking if you want to stick around for a while and come down by land, I could take the Queen down. Well, it's none of my business.
How'd you find me?
Through the police. You're mixed up with some nice hot company this time.
I know it, Red.
They got their clamps ready for your girl. And I'd like to see you get out before they shut. They've had their fingers on every move you've made since you met her. You're in deep enough, Skipper.
All right, Red. All right, gather the crew. We'll sail at 9 tonight.
Attaboy, Skipper. There are plenty more like her where we're going.
Yeah.
What? What is it, Phil?
Come here, Hank. Sit down.
Is this goodbye, Phil? You just tell me if it is.
What if I told you that Red was taking the ship and that I was going to stay here?
Oh, that'd be bad for you and good for me. And we'd make it somehow.
What about that 200,000-pound bundle of jewels?
Would it make any difference, Phil?
No. Now, what if I told you that the police here in Hong Kong were absolutely sure that you do know where the jewels are?
Phil, that's impossible. Unless Neil made a sworn statement out of his suspicion.
It's true, Hank. They're ready to take you. Listen, if I could draw the police away from you and give you a break...
Draw the police away from me.
You wouldn't take the break?
With you drawing the police? What kind of a break would that be with you in danger for no reason at all? Phil, why are you saying all these things?
To get to the real way out and to make it sound as simple as it really is. The Scarlet Queen is sailing tonight at 9, and you're going with her.
Oh, I could go with you?
You see how simple it is?
It's with you. That's all I can see.
It's the way out, Hank. We'll figure the rest when it comes up, okay?
Oh, okay. How can I answer that? How can I answer a question as big as my whole life?
Just say sure it's okay and shut up. You better just shut up and come here. Everything's going to be all right now, darling. Isn't it?
I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of anything.
You have to leave a lot of your stuff.
That's all right.
You can only take one bag. I'll take it down to the ship right now.
You're going to leave now?
I have to, Hank. Got things to take care of.
Oh, yes, I know you do. Yes, and you'll be back when?
I'll pick you up at 8:30.
Phil, hurry back. I've gotten so used to you.
It's about 3 hours, darling. We can handle that, can't we?
I don't know. Hold me, Phil.
Oh, yeah.
3 hours. I don't know if I can get through them or not.
I took her one small bag with me when I left. I got down to the waterfront without being followed and took her bag into a dive. Drank my way through the longest 3 hours of my life. I had to do it this way. I'd asked her if she'd let me draw the police away, and she'd refuse, so I had to leave her. I had to do it my way. At 8:15, when she was counting the last 15 minutes to the time when we'd be together, I made an anonymous phone call to the Hong Kong police. And at 9:15, I staggered drunkenly aboard my ship, carrying in my arms a straw-stuffed dress. At the end of the pier, I saw the police I'd called. I walked a little slower. And then I saw him, the squat figure of 5x5 skulking in the lee of a warehouse. And I knew that in the mist, the object in my arms would pass very well to all of them as Henrietta Hank Ainley on her way to Haiphong. Slowly out of the fog-blanketed harbor, cut past the invisible Stonecutters Island, and turned south into the steady roll of the South China Sea. The wind we picked up outside swirled gray dampness across our decks, and rattled the running rigging.
Stand by to make sail!
The miserable crew moved sullenly to their stations at the halyards. This foggy departure meant nothing to them. They hadn't known Hank Ainley.
Starboard sheet! Make sail!
The main sheet moved sluggishly up the mast, and the moisture that clung to it gleamed dully in the faint glow of our running lights.
To the jib sheets, men! Quietly now!
Tried his best, but the men moved like martyrs to a lost cause. And the jibs moved out, then the mizzen, and the Scarlet Queen groped her way into the fog.
That's a bad night, Skipper. But not much shipping down this way. I guess we don't have to worry too much about collision. Do you think so? Oh, come on, Skipper, pull out of it. What'd you do, fall in love or something?
Shut up! Get out of here, Gallagher. Leave me alone.
Hey, Skipper, climb off. What did I do?
Nothing, Red. Nothing.
Look at you!
What's the matter with me?
You got us 2 points off course, and the mainsail is starting to flutter. That proves she wasn't good for you. Oh, look. You already got one lady in your life. That Scarlet Beauty under our bowsprit.
Log entry. The ketch Scarlet Queen. 11:30 p.m. Miles traveled from San Francisco, 11,047. Dense fog. Wind light. Sail reduced because of bad visibility. Ship secured for night. Signed, Philip Carney, Master.
The Voyage of the Scarlet Queen has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.